Okay. Okay, we're gonna, this will call our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for August 28th, 2024 to order. The Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as the official meeting minutes. If you are attending virtually, please raise your hand to be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we'll have roll call.
Richard Sangren.
Present.
Jennifer Finley.
Here.
Sean Backo.
Here.
Delina Custeroche. Here. Bryce Kirk.
Here.
Cheryl Gray.
Here.
Melissa Lonebear. Here. Mark Blaisdell.
Here.
Misty Poole and Paul Green are not attending today.
Okay. We have a quorum. Okay. Bryce, do you mind saying a prayer? Your territory.
Father, we just come to you today in the name of Jesus. We just thank you for another day. We thank you for all the attendance. Father, we just thank you, Father, for everybody that's here from the tribes representing from the state. We just ask you, Father, just keep your hand upon them. Father, as they travel home today, tomorrow, we just ask you just to be with them and give them traveling mercies, make sure they make it home safe. Pray for all our reservations, that you just continue to make them better and make them safer for our people. And we just give you thanks today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Mandy Rambo has joined and she is the proxy for Director Green.
Oh, okay.
She just put her chat and promoting her to panelist.
Okay, so I want to welcome everybody to Lake Point, Montana, home of the Fort Peck tribes. Bryce, you want to say anything?
I just want to welcome you guys all for coming. So finally, it was good to not have to drive. For once, I know what it was like to not have to drive for once.
Trying to show us what it's like.
It felt good. So yeah, no, just welcome all you guys and thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll have a public comment on non-agenda items. Any public comment? Yeah.
Hi, Treasurer, Commissioners. I just wanted to introduce myself. I am Mackenzie Esplin. I am the new Business Entity Division Administrator. I really look forward to meeting each and every one of you. I want to work really collaboratively with you, and I want you all to feel very comfortable calling me, have my information. I'll make sure Marilyn gets that out to everybody. And so I just wanted to.
So this is Leanne's old position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, there is a change point today, so I think Chair Gray was informed, but related to the BedTax Fund for Indian Country Tourism, we want to make sure that what we're doing is in line with what you all want to do, so there would be a more formal vote on that, and that is a change. And so please feel free to take executive action and pass a motion for that. And Rochelle's got a great presentation that I'm really excited to see.
Rochelle's going to report on it?
She's gonna present out on it. She's got some great things that she wants to do and want your all's input on that. So, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Any other public comment? Okay, so if you look at the May 8th meeting minutes, they're in your packet. questions, comments? Hey Bryce, I have a question. Did you guys purchase the 50 acres? You guys are gonna purchase 50 acres.
Nope.
Nope. But
They wouldn't go above the $100,000 that they were asking for. The tribe wouldn't pay- They want to pay the extra, it was $156,000 that they wanted extra over
asking.
asking. Which I think is foolish, this.
Not making no more land. Motion to approve? A motion, second by Sean, any other discussion? None? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
I'll abstain because I wasn't there.
Okay, we have one abstention. Okay, thank you. Now we have a SSBCI. Yeah,
Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for allowing me some time on your agenda to provide you all an update on State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI. So last we had chatted, we were going to host a collaborative Zoom call, a little bit of training and also just an opportunity to provide feedback on the program and some of our upcoming initiatives. That was a collaboration with the NABA network, and it is now posted on the One Commerce website. I'll go ahead and flop all of these links in the chat as well, so you have them. But should you want to go and review that Zoom call, its recording is up as well as the video. And that's just under our training section under SSBCI. Then just moving right into our third tranche, application is open. That opened up on August 16th and will remain open until September 16th. There is currently still $7 million available in funding. Our applications are currently in draft status, which is really usual for this program. We see a lot of the submissions come in that last week of the portal being opened. Generally, that's lenders and CDFIs finalizing details amongst organizations. Should you guys have any projects you're thinking about or wondering if they would be eligible for the project, please don't hesitate to reach out. I would love to chat on anything. We are working with the Eagle Seeker project over in Billings and hoping to get either third tranche if timing is right or recycled funds to that project. But anything else that's maybe on the cusp of eligibility or you'd just like to chat about, please don't hesitate to reach out. There is still time to apply.
Olivia. Quick
Yeah,
question.
Absolutely.
So is this the state SSBCI money?
Correct.
Or is this-
So this would be
So not with Treasury.
So it'll be Montana's allocation. NADC is working with the tribal allocation of SSBCI dollars. So this would be the state whole bucket of funding.
So is this, we have to match it 1-for-1, right?
Yep, 50%. We do see some transactions where the private capital at risk is greater than the 50, but most generally we are coming in at that dollar for dollar match.
Because that's a big issue for tribes trying to match that. If we're looking for, 100 million or, 750 or something like that.
Sure, and that would be coming from Treasury. So the maximum participation we can do is 50%. So unfortunately, we can't participate more than 50%. However, with what's really exciting, Business MT as a whole, so gearing outside of SSBCI, with some of the other directions we're looking at is, well, what isn't working? Okay, we've heard that feedback from a lot of other individuals as well, private lenders saying, hey, this isn't going to quite cut it for risk mitigation. And so other programs, we are positioning ourselves to where that won't be a burden to entry for the demographic of people.
I know you guys are gonna do a
Yeah,
grocery.
we're just building here, a new tribal office, but we're getting down to the deadline of December. I'm not sure if any other tribes are in the same boat we are as far as working with the Department of Treasury.
Mhm.
We just had a telephone call with him it was last Thursday. I was at the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders meeting. No waivers. Unless all the tribes get together and try to push them and ask for waivers so we can expend those dollars, you know. We're looking to maneuver a few things we're looking at the legal loopholes. And we're supposed to have the meeting today in regards to that. So, you know, they say shovel ready. We weren't shovel ready. It was in the plans for a long time, but just the way prices were fluctuating, there's just no way we could get a real decent quote. Price of lumber and everything else is just fluctuating, going higher and heck, and so we're in the $20 million range right now. We're looking for additional financing above the 10 million that we do have available.
And can you repeat that again? What was the dollar amount you were looking for?
20 million, we got 10 million available.
10 million available. So the program for tranche 3 would max out at 1 million, but I would love to, especially after this call, talk about if we could even just add that additional million to the stack. If you're working with Treasury for tribal SSBCI dollar allocation, that would be something I think we would want them to be a part of the conversation in hopes that we can all be a part of the capital stack. Generally speaking, they don't want Fed dollars mixing together in a transaction, but I would hope that we could potentially get creative or provide an explanation as to why we think it would be impactful to have $1 million of state funding with your tribal request, assuming I got the request to Treasury accurate and how that looks. But that could be something where maybe it's $1 million in working capital that we supply to the project, or even just some equipment or something like that.
Yeah, I think the tribal SSBCI is, yeah, I mean, Treasury keeps changing the rules. We pulled out money from our OST funds to match it. Now they're saying we can't use those funds as a match.
Yeah, it's a bit of a moving target with Treasury, and I've certainly experienced that as well. And I'm not sure if there's any way in which I could facilitate any kind of help there, but I'd certainly be willing to try. When we were at Billings at the NADC event that Treasury had hosted, that was a collaboration initiated by Treasury. So they have been, at least from what I can tell, hoping we collaborate as a team. So perhaps if we join together, our interpretation, or just even simply my interpretation would be more accurate of what the funding might look like, could be helpful. I've only had 1 year and 4 months in the program, but that's been hugely beneficial to me just to stub my toe along the way and see what we had funded in the past too and what did or didn't work. So I would be happy to share all of that as well, with where we kind of went to get creative and then what Treasury's position was. That works really well with a lot of the participating jurisdictions getting together as states to kind of discuss how can we position a project or our ask to Treasury in a way that it is digestible and will hopefully produce the outcome that we're shooting for.
Is this the state's last tranche, or do you expect more? This is the
Last-
third one, right?
Correct. Last tranche, if there would be more available funding after this September 16th cutoff, we'll open another application cycle. But keep in mind, please, there's recycled funds. So our economic development partners who utilize the program in all of these tranches, they all have funds that, depending on the point in time, will either be great, they might only have 500,000 available, but our recycled funds for SSBCI have a very big emphasis on the Native American business owners, veteran business owners, as well as rural. businesses. So what that looks like is a minimum score to apply. So if you do not fit into any of those three buckets, then we're not going to look at the application as of right now with how the scorecard currently stands. And that's actually a perfect segue into my next update item, was that we did make a small adjustment to the recycled SSBCI policy to add some additional clarification language. I'll flop this link in the chat as well. It is all within ServiceNow. It is just a clarification in regards to the private capital at risk, what we call PCAR. Originally on recycled, you must have private capital at risk as 60% or more. Back to that earlier point, that's been a detriment to the recycled funds and a struggle for private lenders as well as public lenders. So we have added the flexibility to say that you may apply at the maximum rate of 50-50. So I wanted to make that little call out that for recycled funds, although the policy is putting a focus on more private capital at risk, borrowers and CDFI RLFs may apply at the 50-50. And with that, I threw that OneCommerce webpage, SSBCI application, as well as SSBCI recycled application in the chat, and then my contact information as well. That's all I had wrapped up for you. But certainly if we could round back to that other project question after this call, or if Marilyn, if you could connect us in an email, I'd love to spend at least, a half hour talking about if we could push that into getting ready and funding.
There's your contact info.
Otherwise, open to any other questions. Anything else?
Awesome. Any other questions for her? Comments? Yeah. Sure.
This is Rochelle Brown with Department of Commerce. Olivia, I hope you can hear me. Just want to make sure we're clear. Earlier you said that there was a 50% match, but if it's dollar for dollar, isn't that a 100% match?
So what we do is 50-50 in the sense that the loan transaction. So project as a whole can look very different, especially if you're including borrower equity. The way the loan transaction has to look is, let's just for number's sake, call it 200,000. It would have to be a maximum of 100,000 SSBCI, 100,000 lender. So we have to be 50-50 in the loan transaction specifically.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question and good call out. Thank you.
No other questions? Nope. Thanks, Olivia.
Yeah, thank you again, guys.
Okay. All right, up next, Stephanie. EPHS.
I heard.
All right, okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Stephanie Imsher. I am Suchong, and on my mom is from Fort Belknap Reservation, and my dad is from the Roosevelt Tribe in South Dakota. I'm the Office of American Indian Health Director for Montana DPHS, and I'm here just to give you an update on my office and hopefully like find some ideas of collaboration that we can do between the commission and the Department of Office of American Indian. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you just a little bit about myself and my tribal lineage here, but also my experience in the world, which is really about kind of the effects of colonization partly, but also kind of where we're at now. And one of the things that I always share with people is, you know, I really like the Dallas Cowboys. And so. So, and then people said, one time someone came up to me and said, "I mean, seriously, why the Dallas Cowboys?" So my family was a part of the Indian Relocation Act. You remember that? Remember? So my whole family from Fort Belknap moved to Dallas, Texas. And I remember mom worked at Texas Instruments. We were all born there. So I was pretty much born on the 50-yard line of the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm a blood, it's in my blood, it is. So we went back to the reservation after, I can't remember how old it was, the year eldest died, 1977. So I was just a kid when I went back to the res and stayed there, grew up there between Fort Belknap and Rocky Boy. My Lakota Cree name is Makpiazi Wian Yotaha, and that means Yellow Cloud City Woman. So I grew up Cree though, but I'm not Cree. And the reason why is back in 1977, that was 1 year before the Indian Religious Freedom Act was enacted. So at the time in Fort Belknap, there was no mechanism of culture, like no ceremonies. I mean, if there was, we didn't know about. So the Crees adopted us, took us in as a family, and I still like Lisa's son Charles, my mom, and so they took us in and grew up that way, and that's almost all I know is Cree ceremony and Cree ways. So I'm slowly learning the Lakota side, but that's pretty much how I grew up. So after the reservation, of course, I went to college. I went to college on the Fort Belknap Indian Reservation. At the time, it was called Fort Belknap College. I remember it was started in 1983. I was 13 years old. I remember that. I remember the people that started it. It was a really big deal. And I know Fort Belknap College was one of the first tribal colleges in, outside of CS or SKC. Back then, I just remember it was a big explosion. It was pretty cool. So I really utilized that service when I was living on the reservation. I worked on the reservation. I don't know if, do you remember Tucker's Pizza? I used to work there. I was a server there for most of my 16-year-old life and through college. I worked as a server there. Anyway, but I loved it. I loved working and I loved going to school. So that kind of brings us to the health impacts, so for me, granted that there was a lot of trauma and a lot of things that went on in my school life and my adult life where, I had to make some choices around education and workforce. And I didn't even know what that meant. I had no idea. I do now. I know what that means because you want to have a stable life. You want to be able to buy groceries every month or whatever. You want to have that safety. And I didn't see it that way back then. As a young person, honest to God, this was in the, not that old, but this was a long time ago. And it was not in my mind or in my head to think about workforce, working, and education. My mom never said, you need to go to college, you need to find a job. It was just something that I did. And I'm not sure, I honestly to this day don't know why. I just know I did. And I wanted to serve my people, but ended up going off the reservation to continue my education. With all these different barriers, and it was so weird because that resiliency piece that we always talk about, I don't know what it was in me as an individual that took me off the drugs and to where I felt comfortable to go to college. I just kept my head down and I just kept going. I didn't even think about the outside much, like the social part. I just kept my head down and kept going and going and going. And that brought me here now, today. My daughter, I raised her in the public school system, took her out because of the social part of it. I didn't get to raise her on the reservation the way I probably would have wanted to. Probably in Rocky Boy. She knew Rocky Boy, but she didn't know very deeply the culture there. So I took her out of school and I raised her, did homeschool with her. And now she's at US Marine. She's at Camp Pendleton in San Diego. She's very much like me. She's really driven and she's kind of mean, but I'm not.
What's the Rosebud Sioux?
I'm Sichon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my dad's from Rosebud. That's where Iron Shooter comes from. People always ask me that because that's not Florida, that's my Montana tribe.
Yeah.
So as you, I don't know if you all know this, but in 2013, the tribal governments came together and basically lobbied the governor at the time, Governor Bullock, to create a position or an office, actually an office, to address the health disparities among the Canadian population here in Montana. And that's where my office comes into play, and that was in 2013. There was 2 people before me that ran this office in Helena. They lived in Helena. I don't live in Helena. And that's a very interesting, at the time, right after COVID, that I applied for this job, I got it. And because of COVID, there was it was obvious that virtual could work. You know, we always, of course, we want face-to-face, but virtual could work. So that was almost, I felt like that was a stipulation for me to not be in Helena all the time. And my whole thing is driving to all the reservations. My whole thing is going and seeing people, being in front of you, no matter what. And that's what I want to do, rain, snow, or basketball.
So you go back, that's why we pushed for that office is the 20 years dying earlier.
Yes, sir.
That's changed. It's gone down a little.
16.
Yeah, 16. Yeah, Richard.
Are you kind of replacing Lisa?
So that's I'll get to that here in a second. I'll kind of tell you what we did with the office and how I'll explain it here in a second. Thanks. Okay. You want me? Oh, yes. A little louder. These are all the reservations and urban Indian organizations in Montana. Now, I want to let you all know, and this is different than the way it's been at the department, we're not just working with tribes, but we're working with the urban Indian organizations as well. So any American Indian population demographic in the state of Montana, that's who we're working with. So it doesn't matter if it's on or off the reservation. So this all ties into like how we're going to develop strategies on like funding stuff, programs, who gets what, like the heart funding, like how does that work, and we don't want the tribes to think we're taking anything away from them, but we want to develop some kind of delineation between urban and tribe, and like how should that work? And I will come back to all the tribes and ask you, how does that work? So does your Cheyenne people that go to Billings for services, how do you want us to engage them? How do you want us to engage the Little Shell in 4 counties, right, that aren't necessarily on reservation? How do you want us to do that? And we really, really want to. And the urban part was in there with back in the 2013, that the urban Indian voice was there. So hence, that's why we're at today. So some of the key functions of the Office of American Indian Health, diplomatic and cultural insight internally. So the translation piece between the tribes, the urbans, back into the department and out. So there's a translation piece that has to occur because we, honest to God, and you guys all know this, and probably you all know this, I know you do, that translation piece, sometimes the way things can be put out like media or emails or task orders or whatever, it doesn't make sense. It almost doesn't make sense, and we need to make it make sense for us. And that's what I'm trying to kind of like maybe turn it in a way or change things like media, task orders, what really is gonna benefit us. Do we have to get an FTE, or can we do something else with it if we already have one? But no, they want us to have an FTE. You know what I mean? It's very interesting how these all work. And I'm learning all this, and so it's very interesting. And you all, just so you know, all the tribes and urbans have a say, and that's why I'm gonna come to each tribe and urban just to kind of talk about it and figure out what we can do better as a department. So my office also provides a candid platform from the tribal governments and the constituent, American Indian constituent, to the department. And I'm doing my best to do that, to really describe what it's like to live on the reservations or be an American Indian person in the state of Montana. is hard with the primary, like we're talking 97% of the department is, there's 3% American Indians within the department, 3%, which I count as 34 people. And most of those people are OPA. I noticed yesterday I was at OPA at Old Point. Most of them are like your direct service, OPA, child protection services, like those from direct service, but not a lot of leadership. I think I'm the only one that high up, and then there's other very little, small, maybe 3 or 4 of us that are, you know, that where we actually can talk to each other and stuff. So it's really interesting. So helping the department understand that part, like we should be at least at population base, which would be 7%, right? That's what I mean, I'm thinking logically here, math.
So does the department come to you and ask you for, you know, help in their departments with American Indians in Montana?
Recruitment,
No, not just recruitment, just because they don't know.
yes.
They don't have a clue. And it's really, you know, I mean, they might do their once a year government, you know, training, but it's in the theater and stuff. And it's, you know.
Right. And yes, so right now, I'm developing, once I get my team in place, I actually already started, and the Healthcare Foundation, I think, is gonna help me out to develop policies for each division based on what they do and how they intersect with each tribe. So like some tribe and urban, and I'm not forgetting about the urbans, but tribe and urbans, because there's not a lot of crossover with the urbans, there's not. But if there's any, like, what it might look like leftover funding from what the tribes don't use, you know, where's that gonna go? Anyway, but yes, short answer is
Yeah,
yes.
like you educate the
Yes.
certain departments on cultural insights, practices, like you said on your slide.
Diversity training, you provide them with diversity training.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, they do the 1 year thing still, I think.
That is, yeah, that, they do that, and then, we're being.
It's just the free day off for everybody at the state.
So what I'm doing now, just to let you guys know, is I've gone to each division over the past 2 years, in each division. Now there's like 14 divisions across the department. And then I go to the communities when I'm there, so like I'm on Fort Peck now. So I'm coming up, and I think you should come and see what I do. But I'm gonna bring together the OKA office and the Child Protection office and the Senior Long-Term Care office here, like together all their staff and all the people that work there. And we're gonna have, so what I do is I think it's called what I like to call is a dialogue. It's just a beginning of a conversation about the fundamentals of why we're in this space that we're in right now. You know, from colonization to all the stuff that was trying to destroy our people along the way, and then how we're healing and we're coming across and we're the best people ever, you know, and how do I showcase that to people? And they'll take it or leave it, but from the department side of it, that is gonna show them that they can't. Despite how they feel about us, about American Indians, they need to act, right?
Mhm.
And that's really the way, I mean, I'm not asking them to change their mind. It's just a dialogue, and if they care, they care, if they don't, they don't. And I can't force that, and I don't wanna make it mandatory, because people will get fussy if it's mandatory. I could, but I'm not going to, because I don't want people to feel like they're getting strapped into it or whatever, you know, because it's already a barrier there. There's a big barrier there.
Well, but the DPHS has the most interactions with tribes among any other department in the state. So.
Yeah.
You have to come to grips with that.
So a little bit surely, we're getting there. I really hope with the new staff that we hire, that we'll be able to get out more. Because I have 2 people that I'm hoping to work out, and they're the type of people that are gonna hit the ground running, and you all know that. So I'm just like hoping that it's work out.
And mind you, I'm a director that really don't like Indians too much either, you know, just being honest, you know, you brought up heart money. We get heart money from on the reservation because of the marijuana sales that happen there on the reservation. Now, do urbans get that kind of heart money or anything like that? Okay, because when you brought up heart money, you put urbans with tribes when it came to heart money. But we get heart money because of the marijuana sales that the state kept giving. The state kept giving licenses to people here, white people on the reservation here. You know, and no matter what we tried to do, they were trying to say we couldn't stop them because they were on, you know, fee land and it was owned by white people, and so we get heart money because of that. So I guess for me, I don't, you know, just because there's marijuana sales in Billings or, you know, in Missoula and all those other places, I don't want them to receive heart money that should go to the tribes itself. So when talking about heart money, you just compare urbans and tribes and being together. So I just wanted to just get that justified to where it's not urbans getting it, right? It's just tribes. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, can I comment on that really quick? So,
Yep.
and I'm just gonna put this out there, so if you go back to your leadership, however you want. There is, if the tribes don't spend the money from the heart fund by a certain time, they have to return. Okay, I'm just saying that, and it's happened already. Okay, so if that happens, I ask, this is my question, what are we doing with that funding? I mean, we only can go so far to ask a tribal program or a tribe, guys, please spend this money, please spend this money, please spend this money, please spend this money. I swear, that's how it is. It gets, I feel bad because I'm like begging, please, and then it doesn't happen, and they turn around and have to send it back. And I'm like, no, don't send it back. And so that, I don't know where it goes. I'm trying to find out where it goes, right? So if that's the case, I haven't found out yet, because my question has not been answered yet, and I'm not sure why. But anyway, since it's tax dollars, or, you know, marijuana tax revenue, then what happens to it? I wanna know, I don't want it to go anywhere else, but to the immediate state of Montana.
You know, Mr. Chair, that's a good question for Misty.
Yeah.
You know, Misty hasn't came to our meetings, to tribal leaders meetings, to any meetings to update us when it comes to the governor's office, you know, and she's our direct line from the governor to us. That's what that Indian Affairs position's for.
Yeah.
And to not hear any updates or to even get anything to say, this is what's going on, this is a fight, you know, with Medicaid expansion, we've got all that stuff coming up, but we don't get nothing from the governor's office that is beneficial to the tribes. You know, I think we need to send a request somewhere to figure out what we're gonna do when it comes to her just giving us an update. You
Yeah,
know,
I agree.
It just, I don't know, just my thing.
Haven't seen her in years. And she showed up at CSKT for lunch, and that was it.
So my office will support the divisions and programs in the department around the appropriate way to collect data, analyze data, research anything. If they're stepping over onto the reservation, that it's a true, you're stepping into another country. And this is what you need to do. So there's protocols, there's, oh my God, there's so many things already on this policy. We're developing right now that there's these little things that, like, we don't think about. But when somebody wants to come and film on the Northern Cheyenne, they just go over there and do it. They just go over there and do it. Like, and I was like, no, don't do that. So I'm just so you know too, and I apologize in advance, that I will be coming to some of your tribes to actually ask for forgiveness after it's already been done. Because there was, so like you asked me, do the divisions come to me, they're slowly starting to, but there's some projects that were already started before I got there. So that this, like say this film project was already started and it was already completed, and then it came to me the 11th hour that we're gonna launch this, and I'm like, what reservations? So there's three reservations that they went on to film and didn't like the council with them. And I was like, oh. So, and I know that, right? I know that from my experience in working in this field for many years, but they don't know that. But I don't know, it's gonna be up to each tribe, once they find out, they're gonna get a letter. I looked at it this morning, they're probably gonna get a letter pretty soon from the agency that we contracted with to do that. And I don't know, I'm so scared.
Reservations.
Flathead, Northern Cheyenne, and Fort Belknap. So the letter, Jennifer and Melissa, the letter will be coming out, maybe next Monday, and I'll email it to you guys. And so it's, the film is done, and it's nothing, it's not like it's disparaging or anything, it's a good thing, right?
What's the film about?
It's about maternal health, I believe it is, maternal health, but the thing was is that the contractor that we contracted with, they didn't know, and neither did the division. They didn't know that we need to ask permission to go into the reservation and film. They didn't know that. And not that that's an excuse, but that's what I'm here for now. I
Cool.
teach them.
Was it done through a program? Was it done through?
If we pay for it and it's from one of our programs, like, we contracted with the Department of Money to this. And
Well, I mean, was it at home, was it done through like West Beginnings, or was it done through?
I think so. I'm trying to remember what it is.
Okay.
But and you, like, when you look at it, you'll see what I mean. And if it's fine with you, but regardless, I think we need to develop together a communication mechanism where people can't just come over and start.
Protocol that's followed.
Yeah, and there's legal ramifications.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and you can look at it, I believe she's attaching the video, and it's I think 5 people were interviewed and tribal members. And your guys' your B-roll footage is on there, and I know, yeah, we do, we own the space above, just kidding, you know, of our reservations, and that is just simply, it's not simple to us, but to them, it's, I know they get upset with me because I ask them to step back and stop, wait, stop. And then they can't go backwards and get permission after it's already done, so what do? The next best thing is just,
This is no different than doing research on reservations and going to an IRB.
yes, sir. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I appreciate your presence there. And I grew up in Arlene, but I've lived in lots of other places. And sometimes it's not always easy to be the only one. And I know I can't even imagine the kinds of questions you probably get asked that are just like offensive.
Yeah.
And, or mean-spirited or whatever. And sometimes environments can be hostile when you're just trying to do a really good thing. And so I just want to say thank you for being willing to do that on behalf of Indian people.
Yeah, I'm sure they have really good intentions, right?
It's not, at least not that I can tell, and sometimes I have to be careful about how I react, because I think.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was gonna say, I mean, and more than likely, the tribe may have granted permission, you know, because we're not against, you know, voters against, we want public information, and sometimes doing videos and things like that, like, Department of Labor was doing and things, those are good, because we wanna get some education out there to the state of Montana. But yeah, just maybe, you know, that was wrong, and then this is kind of the better way, you know, all else fails, contact someone in leadership, you know, at the tribe.
Well, like for us, we like to know who's gonna be representing, and make sure it's correct information that they, because a lot of times you get some people say, I represent the Little Shell, and they're like, who are you? Yeah. They don't know half these people. It's like, oh, yeah.
Yep, Karen, so with your, I'm always big advocate for, cultural differences. You know, it's huge. They think that, they see an Indian, we're all the same, but we're not. I have my own way of life, Crees, Assiniboines, Fort Belknap, I've been pretty much all of them, Cheyennes. You know, Flatheads, Little Shell, we're all different. We all have a different protocol. So the office that you're representing, they should know all the protocols of the different tribes, you know, and it's really important. I'm on the Billings Chamber of Commerce. So I always try to let them know that we're all different, and it's important to let them know that, you know, we're not the same. Because once they see we're Indian, they think it's not, you know, we all have, some are militaristic and some are not, some are more of a, you know, they're gatherers, I guess, you know, things like that. So it's different. So I always advocate for that, and that's the important thing. If you don't do that from the get-go, you know, your job is tough, big time. And I've been in this 25 years, 30 years, and we're still in the same boat. And the state of Montana doesn't see that. You know, there should be a straight shot office person there that has a hand in everything, so they know what we're about when they see us. Kind of, you know, same thing over and over and it kind of gets us, I know, Bryce, always hair stands in the back of his head, you know, but that's normal, because it's always like that, you know? Yes, go ahead.
When you said you stopped it or you called it out, so was it publicized without permission by the tribe? It's kind of gets you, okay.
It was getting them, it was ready for the launch, and they're gonna actually show it in October, so we have to, that's why the letter is gonna go out on, hopefully on Monday, and you guys will be CC'd on it. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say I'm sorry to be in it, and because it's basically saying we did this without your permission, and so sorry, but I couldn't watch it.
I think they need to take a lesson from Michelle. She does a really good job reaching out before they go and do anything.
Well, when
Tribal.
I didn't know, they started filming in I started this position in February of 2022. If I'm not mistaken, they started filming in 2021. So I wasn't there to even think about, you know, educating them on how to approach.
You know, to Sean's point too, I think the federal government is notorious for, they're getting better at it, but you know, their whole thing is stick a feather in it, call it Indian, right? It's like, no. We're way different from Navajos to the southeastern tribes to the Plains, Northwest, but that's what they do. The teepee, the war bonnet kind of things. No. And that's what's concerning when people go out and shoot stuff. What are they doing? Let's flip it off that thing. Or so far.
So back when I first started in the position about, well, in February of 2022, I think it was that fall, the director gave me permission to do an internal survey to all of the 3,000 employees across the department, across the state and the department. And I asked very specific questions about tribal engagement, what they knew about tribes, and this is, I'm just gonna give you an example, and you're all right, you all know this, that they don't know the difference between us. And so one of my questions was, do you know anything about the tribes in Montana? And one of the answers, honest to God, was, I know someone from Blackfeet. I know someone from Browning. That was their answer. And so I understood, I knew this already, I just wanted it to be documented. So there's a lot of things that came out of that, and we're working on it now from division by division. Now remember, it's a huge department, so we're going one by one. And it's okay, I mean, I'm all for the patients, everyone else is patient. And really just making sure that they're educated on the 8 tribal governments and the urbans and how different even the urbans are from the reservations, and why is that, you know, there's just a lot of different things about it. So go ahead. So right now what we did was, so now this is back to your question, Richard, is what we did when Lisa Evers retired in October is I put a proposal in earlier that year to do this, and it didn't look like it was gonna happen. And then when Lisa retired in October, the tribes, thank God, the tribes, you guys all came to the table and said, you know, it can't just be 7. It just can't be one person. It can't be one person. So what we did, which I really super, I'm glad that we were able to do this. So we took the tribal relations manager position, which was formerly Lisa's position. We repurposed it and developed a different kind of job description, and I sent to you all have a copy of the job description that I created to work with me alongside me in the Office of American Indian Health Programs operating officer is this person. So so the tribal relations stuff is sprinkled throughout all of this, and it's all about tribal relations. Every level of communication that we have in this office is about tribal relations. At every point, these 2 people that will help me are going to be implementing tribal relations and educating on protocols and all the above. So, so the health programs officer, and then the other one we took, the tribes did ask on March 5th, and I think Jennifer was there, Bryce was there. So I don't think it was on March 5th, we all asked for a social services or a child welfare position. So we took the statewide ICWA specialist position and we also redesigned it. It still has ICWA, the ICWA component. There's still going to be training. They're still going to make sure the department is, does things the way they've been doing with ICWA. But also they're doing a more bigger systems change. Like how can we work better together? The state and the tribes around foster care, around 480, around everything child welfare. So not just the law. Does that answer your question? Sort of?
A little bit. Not really. Really kind of took the lead on a lot of issues, and I don't know if you have direct communication with your director or to issue our concerns on the reservation side. That's something I think Lisa was one of Lisa's PowerPoints. It's like she was able to get our problems out all the way to the top.
So yes, I do have a direct connection with the director, and anything that comes up will go through. As you can see here, you can't see it very good, but this is on the website. On the left in the green area here, I'm in that area. And formerly Lisa's position was up in the kind of the dark blue up there. So she was supervised by the director. She was supervised by the director, but since she retired, my office got moved down to the green section here. However, here's the actual blown-up version of what it really looks like for real. And even though I'm not he's technically not my supervisor, but I do have direct access to him. So, but if you all have any, I recommend, and I said this to the executive board a couple days ago, if you have any concerns or issues, I would like you to voice that.
Chairman, I've never met this Charlie Bird. He hasn't been out to the reservation. You know, when Lisa was the coordinator, they bring a whole group of them down, including the director, to meet with the tribe.
Has he
I
been
don't
to any?
know what it looks like, tell you the truth.
He hasn't been to any reservations.
So, yeah.
Did you go, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm not, I don't know.
So my view, Richard, all this started right here without the say of the tribes. So it got into play with the tribes not being involved, and it just happened overnight because the director, again, pretty much told us as Indians to stay in our lane and ain't nobody gonna tell him how to run his department. It's true, because then they hashed it out at the governor's table, you know, and called him out while the governor stopped us from talking about it, because we weren't gonna have it in a meeting, but that was one of the big topics, because this position that Stephanie holds is important to Indian country. Lisa Evers' position was important to Indian country. And for him, Charlie, to sit there and say that about us was offensive to all of us, you know, and it wasn't right for him to sit there and say that a position that's important for Indian country, we're not gonna have a say in what he does with his department. And you know, at first he was trying to deny it, and there was a side table that he wanted to have where he said, well, maybe I said it, but not really in the intention that it was meant to be. So then I told him, I said, well, just because we're at a side table doesn't mean that it's still wrong, what you're saying, you know, and you need to work better with Indian country, because that's the way that it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be an advocate, this position is supposed to be an advocate for us when it comes to Indian health. And that's what it's for. And he'll never, my opinion, meeting with him, seeing him, he'll never come to the reservations. He never will, because he's so disrespectful when it comes to that, because he feels he has the power, and it's just my opinion only. And I'm pretty sure Chairman Gray has that same opinion of, that's how he feels. I don't need Indians, I don't need to do this, but why is a person like that in a position like that when, you know, and I hate to say it, you know, Stephanie and this group here that's going on are the only people that speak up for Indian country. You know, they know their job's on the line, but they still speak out and they still tell us the truth. And that's what I love about this group. I love about Stephanie, because they put their job on the line by telling us this stuff, even though it's hard. But why should it be hard for them to finally be honest with Indian country? And Charlie, he'll never be honest with us. He'll never come just because he's protected. That's it. That's all I have. Sorry, sir. I'm just being honest. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that you know, you remind me of how grateful, how lucky we are in the STED Commission, because the folks that we work with, like Michelle, and we work with people who are so respectful and so wonderful. And I think we get spoiled.
Yes.
And we forget that not everybody's like this.
Yeah.
It's just like this is a really wonderful group of people to work with. And not every group of people is the same, and we get kind of spoiled. I think it's because it's like, oh, this is such a great environment, and it's very respectful and very wonderful, and not every environment is like that.
So some of the key activities that I want to let you all know about, I want to show you the video at the end, which is for caring for Indigenous Montanans, and Sean's hit it right on the nail on the head, and I'm going to show this video too. I think some of you might have seen it already, but it's the trailer and it's live now, but I'll show it to you in a second. So this is a key activity. It took about a year. It was a partnership between the department. We contracted with the Montana Office of Rural Health, AHEC, at MSG Bozeman to help us film on the reservations, and just, well, Little Shell too. And we got permission first. We did everything right. We got IRBs, we got permission from the tribe, they picked out who they wanted us to interview. Everything went the way it was supposed to go. So we did interviews around health, past, present, and future for a person's health. So just individual, don't see, just saying. So there's, we made sure that the people that we interviewed, they asked certain questions about their health. So some of it was like past stuff, you know, like, or an example of their relative or something like that. Some was their own personal. So each person says something different, and it's so educational. I mean, talk about learning about each tribe and the landscape and the reservoir. Oh God, it's beautiful. This is probably, if I die tomorrow, it'll be the best thing I've ever done. So I think it's so awesome, and to showcase my thinking behind it. In the beginning, when I first started at the department, a lot of people in the state of Montana see us as a health disparity. You know, they see us at our worst in the hospitals, in the clinics, in the jails, in the prisons, and they see us at our worst. And so that's kind of the way a lot of people will see us, and you can hear the talk in the department, just because that's what we're addressing, right, is the health disparities. And I didn't want it to just be that. So that's why, when this funding came, and I was just like, I can do it, I can do this, I can do this. So we did it, and it's, oh my God, it's the most beautiful thing you guys ever saw. I'm so proud, and I love our people so much, I can't even tell you. And this just totally brings that negative part more into balance. And anyway, I'll show it to you here in a second. So we're updating our House Bill 872, behavioral health for systems for future generations. We're in the process now. Actually, we're gonna go live with the applications or the RFP process on the 30th, which is Saturday, Friday or Saturday.
Right.
It'll go live. And so all the tribes have gotten TA provided, except that there's a couple that haven't yet. And I need help. A couple of tribes haven't got TA, which they don't have to. But when it goes live, then you go on to it, like Delina, and I'll send you everything, Delina, for Belknap. But you go on to this process and you enter into this total different process than a task order or a regular state RFP. It's really an interesting format.
But you've already earmarked some money for each tribe, so
Yes, sir.
explain that.
Okay, so what we did was with the, in the beginning, this was, when was it? It was in March 5th of this year. We had the commissioners, including Charlie, and all the commissioners, there's nine of them, all came to the table in Great Falls and met with all the tribes and all the urbans to talk through what your ideas would be for behavioral health and developmental disability system change. So basically the commission was there to listen to the tribes and the urbans, which they did. So we went back to the table and I was able to work with each tribe, and you guys put in like a high level draft proposal of what you were thinking you might use the funding for. And we put a ceiling on it of $500,000 per 13. So 5 urbans and 8 tribal governments, 13. So it was, and we honestly, to be honest with you, I myself don't know how to reconcile that delineation between urbans and tribes. I know logically what it is, but we didn't want to get in this, you know.
What was the total amount of that, though?
6.5 million.
Yeah, and each tribe gets 500,000.
And the urbans get 500.
Yeah, it's kind of a slap in the face, to be honest with you. Because I think the rest of that money is going to rehabilitate Warm Springs and stuff like that, which is most of it going away from much more needed in the country. I'm just saying that.
Okay, so the way it works and the way I understood, and honestly, we were all learning as we went along, and I learned at the very end. Anyways, it was super frustrating for me too, because I wasn't being told everything.
Yeah.
Because they I think didn't know themselves. So this funding, the $300 million, is supposed to be allocated over 3 biennium. So we're in a biennium right now. So that funding, that the 6.5 is just a portion of that 300 million. So there's more to come over the next 2 biennia. So that's where I would really encourage tribal governments, you know, Chairman Gray, I would encourage you guys to go and be at the table during those discussions on how they're going to use that funding for this next coming biennium.
So we need to be notified.
Yes, sir.
Please.
And that's
We'll
my
be
plan.
there.
So, and then also mind you, on this one, the tribes are last. They already had the decision made of what they were gonna spend their money on. And tribes they already had everything at the end of February. And they already knew what they were gonna do at the end of February, but in March, just so we could check a box off, let's have this big 1-day meeting and talk about the tribes' need in Great Falls. Which I feel is frustrating because they went to Glenda, they went to Missoula, they went to all these other Kalispell and everything, but they never did it in the country ever.
That was a slap in the face.
And then to sit there and again, my frustration, you know, just battling this over and over again. You know, and it's just like, here we are again to where, you know, we get 500,000, just like the urbans get 500,000. And it's, again, you know, and we as tribes only have one day. I know Carol went to the one in Missoula and to the one in Kalispell from CSKP. You know, and we got invited to those ones, but why are we from eastern Montana gonna go all the way to Missoula to hear about this when they should come to tribes and have consultation when it comes to tribes? And the consultation happened in one day, just quick.
Yeah.
And not every tribe was really even heard at that meeting too. You know, and it's kind of frustrating when it comes to that, because now they want us to come to the table when this money came to the state to sit there and talk about something important, which is mental health for our people, you know, and to sit there and say that. And again, you know, it's just.
So urbans get the same amount as tribes? See, that's hard. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I know we need that for them too, but we serve a bigger population base than any of the urban states.
And that's,
Over 6,800 members.
And then I got a call yesterday.
Urban population, basically a mixture of.
It is.
And also there's a disparity between tribal distribution there.
I got a call yesterday, and it kind of frustrated me because there's people putting in for this money that want to do aerospace kind of mental health stuff. And those people, because Bill called me and he said, hey, these people that are putting in for aerospace kind of technologies and stuff when it comes to mental health for people are gonna put in for this $300 million. And it sounds like they're close to getting it. And I'm like, aerospace, what in the world does it have to do when it's for mental health here in Montana? But it's programs like that people are they're gonna be more invested in the future of research and stuff like that, to where people are gonna get that more than tribes will be able to get more money. We're gonna get 500,000, they're gonna give $1 million to these research teams, where really that doesn't benefit tribes. I mean, I don't know, just figuring out just yesterday, you know, 9 tribes is $33 million, you know, and yeah, the state and all these other places need it, but to say $500,000 out of $300 million to each tribe, that's a slap in the face. Why not $1 million to us, you know? And again, we didn't have a say when it came to that formulation, and that's so frustrating when it comes to. There was a firm from New York that did the stuff. I didn't even know the firm was in Montana until we had to go all the way to Bozeman for a meeting. And not once, and they're like, oh, by the way, we were in Glendive 2 weeks ago where we didn't have a say, nobody informed us. But again, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's just frustrating. Just gets frustrating because it's just like, they never follow the right consultation when they talk about consultation.
Reminds me of the budget coordination.
Yeah.
It also too is kind of disheartening about that whole deal with, Red Shield 8 Nations put in for money, and what a better place to fund a substance use treatment center for all the tribes, and they just passed it up, and they're like, when they found out, the Healthcare Foundation went back to them and said, wait a minute. And we're like, oh, we didn't know you were this far along. It's like, what? Why didn't you ask? You know, and reread the RFP or the proposal, you know. That was really disheartening because that really could use the money to get this for everybody. Again, urbans, every tribe, so.
it's not over though, it's not over. This $300 million is supposed to be over 3 million, it's not over. So I know, you know, I know there were some mistakes made, you know, as far as engagement in the beginning, I know that. And it's frustrating for me because I feel like I'm not sure how much louder I can eat.
Yeah.
Without, like, what did you say, put my job on the line? Where's your fresh butter at? I was asked once.
Yeah, you kind of remind me of when I used to be a waitress. I didn't cook the food. I didn't undercook it. I didn't put the hair in it. I didn't do whatever. But I'm just bringing it to the table. I'm the one who was like, yeah.
Just make it full.
Yeah, and that's good. Sometimes, it does feel like. Not from you guys, because you don't even know how much I want, and it's true, I mean, I don't care, I'll lose in trouble. You know,
We don't want you to.
I just want that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need
we
you.
don't want you to.
No, I think we just wanna tell you what we know, you know, I mean, it's very evident.
I have one more final comment. Richard, perhaps we ought to, check in with our chairmen and let them know that if they would, perhaps, who would they address some type of a letter to about consultation about the spending of the distribution of the funding? And maybe offer suggestions, using us as tools to go back to our chairmen and maybe perhaps encouraging somebody to pop out with, a letter or something. Because if, we don't try to, I know it's like, people sometimes, but if we don't document things, then, then talking about it here, but I think he holds the reins to that funding needs to hear from tribes. And so, number one, we certainly weren't satisfied with this meeting or this meeting arrangement where you didn't come to tribes. True consultation by executive order of Congress, says that, we have a right to consultation, tribal government to government consultation, so, something like that, maybe, let our presidents know, and I don't think they'd be too happy about how this kind of went down. It's not the staff's fault that went to the meetings, not in any means. It's just sometimes you get these opportunities, you have to jump really quick, but that's because there was no consultation on how to consult about it in the first place, as always, so, yeah.
As chairman, one of my concerns, a number of meetings ago, a lack of consultation with our directors, state. And even this commission. That, look around, the only one representative is the tribes. And the state has named individuals to sit on this commission also. And they're not here. They're the ones who are gonna take our concerns back to hell with. And it kind of frustrates me sometimes, when this happens, I don't, we don't want to kill the messenger because the messenger.
That's okay, Bryce, I'm here. I'm gonna show you this, because this is.
You're right. Yeah, I brought that up in Great Falls. Where's our liaison to be bringing this back to the proper, people?
office.
Sorry, don't cry. So, I'm gonna send this out, I'll send this out to, Maryland for all of you. Now, each tribe has its own training module. So like Fort Peck will have its own, and Fort Peck, you have your own trailer. And CSKT has your own trailer, and Cheyenne has your own trailer. And, you go and use it however you want, and I think, Northern Cheyenne, I think it was you guys that said you wanted to use it for like your workforce people, or maybe at the school, we can use it at the school, man. There's, I mean, they're talking about health, but honestly, it's a holistic type of video. So it talks about historical trauma in the very beginning, and then there's 6 modules after that. And we designed it in a way that what the people said when we interviewed them, that's how we designed the training. So if they had a special, like in Fort Peck, a special, you know what I mean, that they talked about, you know, access, safe transportation, and that was something that was kind of on there or whatever, but I will send this out, and it's free, it's 3 CEOs per training, and it's, I mean, this really showcases the beauty of our people, and just, it's just the best thing ever, so.
Yeah, it's nicely done.
Cool, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, then, I don't have anything else.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see each other all over the place.
All right, up next is Commissioner round robin discussion. Commissioners wanna talk about anything? Share anything?
I just had this one request, that has to do with the treasury, ARPA dollars, but we call them ARPA dollars, but treasury has a different name for this. And that's, I'm not sure if all the tribes are running the same, some tribes may be running into the same problem that we're having about expending those dollars. Get them all obligated by the end of December.
Yeah.
And if there are tribes out there, what we're doing is requesting their assistance to contact our congressional people to get a waiver on lease for 1 more year, so we can finish our projects.
So the request is with dedicated effort and commitment of this committee, the Chippewa Cree tribe is seeking your support in requesting and respectfully urging Congress to amend the obligation deadline period. We believe that providing tribes with an additional year to obligate funds will greatly benefit our community and allow us to better utilize resources for the benefit of our people. Your support in this matter is crucial, and we hope that you'll join us in advocating for this important change. That was the ARPA. Yeah.
Yeah, when they throw $45 million at you, and you're not ready for it, because those cause a problem.
We were scrambling to we have to obligate it by the end of December, but you get that 1 year to spend it, but still,
Yeah.
you guys have a lot more now, so. You can share. We'll help you.
We're actually pretty close to getting
all of ours,
Obligated.
yeah.
Yep.
Ours.
So is it, we could write a letter from this commission.
Yeah.
I'm sure if everyone's good with that.
Sure.
Doesn't hurt to support each other.
Yeah.
And I write that motion.
Yep, Richard made a motion. Second from Crow. Any other discussion on it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, we can get a letter. Everyone, can you draft the letter?
I'm clarifying, Chairman Gray, so you're wanting a letter to,
It's they'll see the request on the second page at the top.
and in support of? Okay, just wanna clarify.
An extension, you know. I know, Mr. Chairman, we talked about the good health service last Friday. And about their grant and extension. They said, no. And, but, I have some pretty reliable sources, but in northwest area. So I just had granted a waiver. But the first spokesperson at Rocky Mountain Tribal said they never heard of it, so.
Yeah, we sent an email out to the people that were supposed to have gotten a waiver, and they said they didn't get one, so. Some that's needed, but
Yeah.
figure out a way to do it. So,
Yeah. But you've got it obligated, you're just having a problem spending it within this next year, basically, because it's technically 26, right?
Yeah.
December 26.
Yeah.
Look on both sides, sorry.
I can spend it.
Oh, I.
Any other commissioners have anything on?
I guess one thing I'll share that I'm interested in, and we're just in the beginning of doing this, is we established Friends of the Flathead, a nonprofit section, a nonprofit for our tribe, to make it easier for people to donate to us. And so we're just at the very beginning stages of really thinking about how to do development more seriously, because there's millions of dollars on the table in philanthropy that we're not tapping into. And there's a lot of people who would love to give to Indian country or to certain projects in Indian country, but they don't know how to access us. And so we have this little nonprofit that we just started. And also, Richard and I have been involved with, and I've seen you too there too, is National Congress of American Indians. They just also started a philanthropic arm, and they've raised like an amazing amount of money in a short amount of time because of that very reason. There's a lot of corporations, there's a lot of people who want to give to Indian country, but they don't know how to access Indian country. So I'm the regional vice president for the Rocky Mountain region for NCAI. So one thing NCAI has agreed to do, or that they're doing, not agreed to do, that I think is really cool, is they're getting all of these dollars, these philanthropic funds, and then Indians can apply to them and get the funds for projects that they're doing. So it's another pot of money for various things for Indian country. That's really great. But I think, each tribe, there's an opportunity there. So like we want to build a visitor center and a different access point for the bison range. So there's projects that we want to do. Our cultural center, the Three Chiefs, it used to be called the People Center. It burned down a couple years ago, and that needs to be rebuilt. So there's always these needs that we have. And, we've had some really interesting donations come in that happened kind of before we started this little Friends of the Flathead. So like this couple in Missoula, they sold their house and they wanted to honor the fact that they've been living on the Salish ancestral homeland. So they came into tribal council and donated a piece of the profit that they made from selling their house to us. And there have been other people on the reservation who they said upon their death, their land, they want it to go back to the tribe because they recognize that it should. And so, but really thinking about how you cultivate those kinds of things more intentionally, I think it's been a missed opportunity. So we're just kind of in the beginning stages of how do we think about that more intentionally? Because there's just always so many needs in our community. So I just kind of wanted to share that as an idea.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. That makes a lot of sense, because a lot of times people don't know where they're going to the tribe and how does that all work, but like I know everyone with the school starting and stuff, I know we were hustling to try to do some fundraising and donations for the backpacks and school supplies for the low income kids. And we struck out with Red Cross, Salvation Army, and I mean, the ones that are like in Havre don't really they don't really do that kind of thing, but they said they would totally be on board for next year, but it's almost kind of like they did, so it's like yeah, so we're always looking, but we've never done it, we together,
Yeah.
But, just look, but those types of things that you can't get grant funding for, there's a lot of needs and pockets in the community. Really could use like a little punch, like doing some beautification on a skate park or, whatever, just things like that, like that you can't get. So that's really great that you're doing that.
Yeah. And also just to give you a heads up for the National Congress of American Indians. So I don't know how soon tribes will be able to apply for funding through them, but just to put that on your radar as for potential funding through NCAI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So do you have to be a member of NCAI to do that?
That I'm not sure. But, I just think that's really cool that they're doing that, and it's really a huge service for Indian country, I think.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, apologize, I couldn't find my hand raised there. Mark Blaisdell with the GOAT office. Sorry I can't be there in person today. Just wanted to follow up from the prior conversation we had at the last meeting on the IIJA BEAD broadband. I believe Marilyn was able to get that information for the website and that out to you all. Pleased to announce Montana was the first state in the nation to open up the portal for the application process last week. We have a 60-day window based on NTIA guidelines for the companies and that to apply. So that will go through October 15th before we start kind of working through that process with those applications. Just as I said, I want to reiterate, we've told all companies and everybody that working on tribal country and that they have to work and be in coordination with each respective tribe before they file that application and have approval. We learned a lot of lessons under the ARPA where we had some companies that applied and had not even spoken to the tribes before they tried to do that. So and we heard that loud and clear in the tribal consultation that we held in Billings here about just over a year ago, I believe. So just wanted to bring that up to all the members. I know there'll probably be kind of different ways that interaction needs to be done with each tribe. We wanted to respect that each one may request certain items and want to work with them in a different way. But that should be happening. If it's not now, it should have been with each of these respective companies as they look at trying to expand broadband across.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mark.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay, take a break.
Sounds good.
We have Community Montana and
Community Montana, hello. Good to see everyone. I haven't met each of you individually yet, but I'm Ann Schwen, And I am fairly new to Commerce. I came on board in February as the program supervisor for community planning. My background is kind of varied. Chairman Gray and I were visiting a little bit. I actually have been doing community planning for a really long time. But my focus previously was in water. I worked for the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation as a water planner for about 14 years. And then as a watershed coordinator before that down in the beautiful Ruby Valley. But I really believe in community planning, and it's been pretty focused on natural resource planning. But now at the Department of Commerce, it's pretty specific to land use planning. I'm gonna sneak water in there a little bit as much as I can, because I can't get away from that. I think they're very much connected. But Marilyn reached out to me, I think after your last council or commission meeting, and she said, does our community technical assistance program reach out to tribal communities? And I had to look into that because I'm pretty new with the program, and that is the program that I manage. So the CTAP, as many people have referred to it, is Community Technical Assistance Program, and its funding comes from the general fund. We don't have a whole lot of money, but it has some flexibility in it, and we have about $350,000 a year. And we just finished going through a request for proposals with consulting firms. And we have 10 consulting firms that I like to think of as my bench, right? So we have this bench that's available. They do a lot of land use planning, which is often focused on growth policies or subdivision regulations and zoning regulations, which may not apply specifically for tribes. But they also we can do preliminary architectural reports and or potentially help with like community master plans or land use planning. The good news is that this is not a grant program. It's actually funds where when we determine that there's a community that has a need for doing some kind of land use planning, and Delina and I were speaking of this before the meeting started, one of the things that I'm thinking about for landscape planning for tribal communities might be like land use maps or planning for where are your housing, where is development going to occur? Not necessarily in a regulatory framework, but even just thinking about visioning for how and where you want development to occur, or maybe where are some areas where you don't want development to occur and you want that to be maintained for production, for agricultural production, or for whatever that vision might be. The Community Technical Assistance Program, we can have conversations about that, and then potentially I can get one of our contractors that are land use planners or these engineering firms. They have kind of a variety of skills where we can deploy them to help you with doing some of this kind of work that you might need. And I think part of this is sort of a larger effort within Commerce, and Mackenzie and I are having conversations about this as well, as how do we really help communities? What are it's not predefined, and with this Community Technical Assistance Program, we have the flexibility to be able to say, let's be creative. What are some kinds of things that you guys may want or need some assistance with? And if it doesn't fit with our traditional grant programs that we have that might be available, this can be kind of some gap funding. It's not large amounts of money. Projects that we're looking at are typically $20,000 to $30,000. So listening this morning, hearing all the dollar amounts that are flying around, I'm definitely the low person and the funding that we have available, but it is there.
Every little bit helps.
Every little, well, and sometimes that it's just that seed money that you need, or it's just thinking about where do you want to go, how do we start this? And so it's not even just the funding or having these consultants available, but it's also what we do. I have a very small team, there are 3 of us trying to cover the state, but we do have this bench of consulting firms and there's some possibilities. And so I am excited to be invited and to get to meet some of you, and to think about how we might be able to do that. And I wanted this to be a little bit more conversational, because it does have some flexibility. So if you're thinking about land use planning, particularly landscape planning, or even just envisioning master plans for what you might want to do, or areas on the reservation, or the entire reservation. Jennifer, I'm looking at you and I'm thinking, when you were talking just before we had the break about the Friends of the Flathead, you're talking about development, but Delina was saying how, you know, oftentimes you have housing that's going in here, but you don't necessarily have the infrastructure. You haven't really thought through the whole vision for where do you need the infrastructure to support, whether that's housing or it's economic development. You know, being able to put those pieces together so that you're prepared to move forward. So I'm gonna leave it at that unless you guys have questions or thoughts or ideas.
I guess I have a question. So you help with land use planning?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Lights are coming on. Yes, so right, it is thinking, what do you want to do, and where do you want development to be occurring? And how do you help identify that and or guide it in whatever way that looks like? So this, like I said, it doesn't have to be necessarily regulatory, which is where we have worked typically. But I'm trying to get us to think about, you know, maybe we just are doing planning in this broader scale.
Do you realize we all have this need?
I do, and I'm sorry that, I mean, I am new at doing this land use part of it, as I said, because I was in water. And I spoke with Rocky Boys a couple of months ago, and they were talking about some of the needs that they have there. And I thought, boy, I really want to do some outreach to tribal communities and say, this is something that we can help with. But as I said, the caveat is very small pot of money. We're trying to cover the entire state. But we're also trying to identify projects where it can be best bang for the buck, right? With these small dollars. So, Bryce, did you have something?
I don't know, I think I was just like everybody else in here that on my mind.
Oh,
I don't know, I guess one project for me is, I guess it's us and Fort Belknap, I guess they're trying to figure out to where move Sleeping Buffalo Rock. To figuring out that aspect of it too, you know, and tourism dollars to come into stuff like that, where two groups can join together to help two tribes. I think that's where it's at, is two tribes, us trying to figure out where the best fit is. You know, just for me, thinking about more, when you say more bang for your buck, at least it helps out two tribes when it comes to land planning, trying to figure out, I know there's talks, you know, with Fort Belknap, trying to figure out where, you know, because it was there first, right? I know it was in Fort Belknap first, right? And so it's just trying to plan and tourism stuff and it, you know, just, I think that for us is with this small amount of money is some, you know, good bang for your buck. Because I know that's in the planning process of already starting and figuring out what the MBT and TIPOs and everybody like that got involved. We're trying to figure out what's the best spot for that, so.
Right, how do you do that? How do you even start that conversation? And I think that's, you know, I know I'm throwing us way out there because we are a small staff, and I'm like, they're probably cringing. Saying, oh my gosh, the amount of projects we can do, but I feel like it's really, really the planning and really thinking about where do you want development to occur and how do you guide that? Like, so it's thinking long-term, right? Long-range planning, land use planning, and then what are all the other pieces and parts that need to be in place? Because many of the grant programs that may or may not be available, and whether they're federal or state, they often look back and they say, have you identified this and what have you done in terms of long-range planning? And so I'm always an advocate for, let's not just do a project that's a one-off that isn't connected to, or that we haven't done a great job of communicating and coordinating with, you know, either the other departments or, you know, across state or federal, or ways that I think about planning as landscapes, not as much about that clear delineation of the line, but thinking about how do we plan for our natural resources and our communities, and where we are really doing, where economic development is happening, and how does that impact the communities? And it's all tied together, in other words, and so trying to think broadly about how to do that planning more collaboratively.
Yeah, because I think when we do land planning, the natural environment is,
Keep it.
yeah, I mean, you know, on our reservation, we have a wildlife crossing across the highway
Right,
to funnel, because it's in a wildlife corridor.
and it's beautiful.
So, you know, like that's, like those kinds of things are really important to us. And, you know, I'm sure you know this, but, you know, indigenous people make up less than 6% of the world's population, but we protect over 80% of the world's biodiversity collectively. So, you know, our relationship to the land and how and where we build things is going to be different than mainstream America.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. I do, and I see that, which is, I think, you know, I can't speak to this the program, but I'm trying to broaden that and to say, let's not be quite as traditional, let's think more broadly about how do we do this, and how can we help all of us plan together.
We have a pretty good draft, but it hasn't been revisited.
You have a draft of the land use plan?
Yeah.
Okay,
So we
that'd be great.
Richard?
Yeah. Wildlife crossings kind of reminds me of your past chairman who did an elk with his electric car.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that was a priority. But in your consultant contracts, you include sources of funding that's available to complete a project?
I think we can help with that when we know, and we're trying to coordinate with USDA, RD, and thinking about, we have a number of sources within commerce, but it's trying to help match that, as I think what you're asking is saying, if we do a project, if you're doing land, if you go through this land use planning process and you identify that you need some help with infrastructure, with water and sewer to a specific location, then we can help you understand maybe where those sources of funding are and get you started on that. Not necessarily that we would be writing grants for funding any of that for implementation, but I think we can give you good ideas and sources of potential funding.
Sure, I have a question. That's a good question.
Yep.
So like aside from like, you know, actually document development and, you know, working with the tribe on developing plans, you mentioned preliminary architectural reports. What about environmental assessments and land surveys and things like that, that would complement the project that's included in, say, a long-range plan? Are those things that are you still kind of forming your, you know, or is it just ask and then you'll kind of think about it and let us know if you can do it? If it's under the 30K, because usually an EA, you know, a land survey and preliminary architect designs or requirements, prerequisites for like USDA rural development, you know, opportunities and facilities and construction, especially with infrastructures. You gotta follow those development steps before you can even like, you know, break ground on something.
Be able to apply.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's when we talk about the seed money.
And having
Yeah, I think
access to engineers is like really gold because, you know, we wanna like try to get, you know, like those are really good resources, you know. I don't know if they're that kind of engineer, because some can do both, architectural and engineering, some can only do one or the other, so. But it sounds like with your group of engineers on staff, it sounds like they're probably a well-rounded
They are, and we actually did our selection. We selected more, because the contract that we have with them runs for 7 years. So basically, we were trying to get this team of planners and engineers on, under contract so that then we can just do a work order. So it's our procurement, it's a little bit easier to do that. So we did a broad variety, and we have some that are really focused on land use planning, like doing growth policies or subdivision regulations. We have some that are much more engineering specific, and then some that are community outreach, or where they have a whole team of people and they can do all of the things. Some with landscape design or architecture, a little bit. So I think you answered your own question a little bit, that with that kind of, when we're looking at projects that are of that size, they aren't going to be as complex. I think we're going to have to be discreet about, what might be most important for you, and how does that fit in, and do we have the consultants on staff that we might be able to do that kind of for you. But it is, think seed money, think about both long-range planning documents, whether that's a land use plan or mapping, or doing something that might be like a preliminary architectural report or potentially environmental assessment. I reluctantly say that because those can be pretty big. So, and that's not really in our wheelhouse. It's going to be more, think more land use plan. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay. But I would be happy to chat with anyone about, or any, about ideas that you have. And unfortunately, I neglected to bring my, my new business
I
card.
was just gonna ask, can we get your contact?
So it's my name, it's Ann with a period in between. It's Ann.Schwen at mt.gov. Right, so be happy to chat with anyone else, and thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here, get to meet you and hear the conversation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next, I hope I don't butcher this. Oh, manufacturing.
There we go. Series.
Marcelo and Justin. How do you say that?
Osalaze.
Oh, see, I butchered it.
I never would. So the R's in Mohawk sounds like an L. That's the only difference. So we pronounce Osalaze, which means new beginnings or new year.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. No.
I used to be a teacher, there were so many years when I, meet my new students. I didn't have to tell you what this is. In Avon. Yeah, that's what
Chairman? Yeah.
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 My son is attorney.
So it makes sense to get something coming up. Oh, this, next November. Oh, next November. Oh, oh, wow. Is it on?
The chair, the president, the vice president, on the team, 4 years.
I know,
terms.
7.
And then the 8 council members on 2-year terms. This year is 7. President, vice president, everybody. But, you know, re-election.
Yeah. We have half, and they're president.
Yeah.
I'll have, so you have runner for the president, vice president.
Yeah. Most of the districts are, 3 of our districts are 2 are minority. Oh.
This November or next November?
This November.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're all campaigning now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, floor is yours, sir.
Sego, Sebaguego, greetings to you all. My name is Justin Targo, and I'm an enrolled member of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe in upstate New York. When I say upstate, I don't just mean north of New York City. I mean all the way north to the Canadian border. Half of our territory is actually in Ontario, Canada, and the other half is in northern New York. In fact, I flew here yesterday from Montreal, so not too far from my house. It is our absolute pleasure and honor to be here with you all today. I'm joined by my brother-in-law and VP of Sales for our tobacco division, Marcelo Araujo. And we are here to just share our story of economic development within our family and within our tribe, just a small sliver of economic development. Perhaps we can help some of you in here, perhaps not. But more than anything, I'm really here to learn about what you guys are up to, the pain points that you're having, so that hopefully sometime in the future, we can provide some help and some services and some products to help you guys along. It's really our family's mission is to strengthen over 500 tribes in Native America by 2030. So we're well over 200 now, and I'll get to that in a little bit more here in the presentation. But we're really here to learn and just share our experiences with you and how we might be able to help and best serve the tribes here in Montana. As I get started here, you know, the main point of our presentation is to present our tobacco company, Osalasa Manufacturing, to you. But before we get started into that, I really want to back up a couple generations and give you a broader picture into our family's history and history and business as well. So for us, it all started back in 1953, where my grandmother started the very first gas station on Mohawk Place back in 1953. She was a very strong-willed woman, raised my father and his 2 siblings essentially by herself, and really taught them the value of having a strong work ethic. My brother and I spent our summers with her, kind of doing the fair circuit there in New York, and would help her sell all the crafts that she would make throughout the winter at those fairs. My father entered the family business essentially in the 1980s. He grew that small little 2-pump station into a larger truck stop, added a very nice Native American gift shop, as well as a family-style restaurant, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner to a lot of truckers that frequented our business there. So myself and my siblings, we all kind of grew up in that truck stop type of atmosphere. He also built 2 other gas stations there on the reserve, and was actually involved in Indian gaming prior to the National Indian Gaming Act of 1988. And for that, he was able to spend 9 months with Uncle Sam, but really proved to us and showed us how essential it is to fight for what you believe in and what we believe our rights are. This is a great picture of my father, probably late 80s, kind of depicts a lot of things that he's about, loves fish, helps calm him down, loves keeping an eye on the place, had a bunch of cameras all over the place, including the police scanner in the background, want to know what's going on in the area, as well as lots of art around as well, and he was a big fan of Pepsi back in the day. My older brother Brandon, who's the president and CEO of our companies, joined the family business in 1991, came right out of high school, School of Hard Knocks, created a couple of wholesale companies, one in the tobacco space and one in the petroleum space. Both of those businesses are alive and well today, to that in a second. I came into the family business back in, out of high school. I worked from 93 to 96. I went to school for 4 years, then came back in 2000 and been with the family company ever since. This is a picture from Tobacco Business Outlet magazine that did a story about, an article about our story and everything, and that was from quite a few years ago, pre-COVID. Aaron? So just to give you a really broad stroke about everything that we do today, we basically have two different divisions, a B2C or business to consumer division, and then a B2B division, business to business division. So this is kind of all of our retail entities. So the Bears Den stores is what we've branded our convenience stores to be, Bears Den restaurant. We have since co-located some quick serve restaurants like Tim Hortons. You guys may have heard of Tim Hortons, as close to Canada. Co-located those with our stations, as well as the Papa John's pizza franchise. We own and operate 2 local cell phone towers to help provide cell phone coverage to the territory, which we never had before. We own and operate the local Heart to Heart Fitness Center. It's about a 15,000 square foot gym that we give free membership to all of our associates for, and a discounted rate to all tribal members. And this is kind of an old slide now. We actually sold our hotel to our tribe earlier this year in January. It's a 101 room Comfort Inn and Suites that was located right adjacent to the tribe's casino. Over here, our B2B division, I mentioned our tobacco wholesale company and our petroleum wholesale company that was started by my brother years ago. Alive and well today, we sell tobacco products to all of the tribes in New York State, not just our own, but other tribal brands as well. And our petroleum division, we have a satellite office down in Buffalo, New York, with about a dozen tankers and trucks, and we service most of the tribal convenience stores there in New York with petroleum products as well. And we're looking to grow that company outside of New York State in the coming years. Back in 2006 is when we started to make our own tobacco products and got our own federal manufacturing license and started making our own brands. And that is kind of the tip of the spear, as we refer to it today. That is really the tool that we're using to be able to do business with all these tribes across the country. And I'm happy to say that we are doing business with over 200 tribes today from coast to coast. Last year, we opened up a distribution center for that business in Phoenix, Arizona. So everybody west of the Mississippi gets their products out of that distribution center. And so let's just kind of paint the broad brush there for you. Tarbell Management Group is the entity that we formed to provide all the essential business functions to all of our businesses. So we have a centralized accounting office and CFO, we have a centralized director of HR, taking care of all the employees, et cetera, IT department, maintenance, loss prevention, et cetera, all housed under Tarbell Management Group. And today we have almost about 300 full-time employees. Pre-COVID, we're a little bit over that, but not quite there yet.
Where do you get the tobacco?
Yeah, so our tobacco comes from the largest cutback supplier here in the United States called Alliance One out of North Carolina.
And it is all natural?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That was a very important point of our tobacco products and the blend that we selected for them. And I'm going to touch on that here a little bit more. It's very important to us. And by all natural, I don't mean organic. I mean that after the tobacco is harvested, there's no preservatives, there's no flavorings, there's no casings added to it, just water. That's it. I mentioned briefly, I'm 3rd generation. We do have some of the 4th generation working in the family business today. These are some of the brands that we work with. And I'm gonna kind of breeze through this quickly because I want to make sure I leave enough time for some questions and answers. And again, I'd really like to learn how we can best serve you guys. So we started off with just 8,000 square feet back in 2006. We added on another 10,000 years later, and then another 60,000 several years after that. So we're now over 80,000 square feet today. We're FDA regulated and approved. We get a visit from them every couple of years to make sure we're doing everything correctly. And we do have state-of-the-art equipment. For example, we manufacture 8,000 cigarettes per minute. So it's very, very high speed, very, very high quality. It's the same type of equipment that all the big manufacturers use. Next slide, please. So to your point, Mr. Chairman, very important for us to use all natural tobacco, what we call true tobacco, tobacco water, native tradition, and nothing else. Let's see if we can play this video. This is our flagship brand, Signal. It is the #1 selling all natural native made product in the world. I like to say universe, but the marketing department kind of pushes me down there a little bit. Next slide now. Again, really want to pay homage to our heritage, which is why the Native American imagery, the dedication to using all natural tobaccos and being really passionate about what we do. We're one of the few companies that fully guarantees our product, meaning if you don't sell it, absolutely come in and buy it back. We want to try to take all the risk customers to bring on our products. These are some of our brands. I mentioned Signal. We also have 2 other brands of cigarettes called Great Country and Niagara's. And then some other tobacco products like pipe tobacco and filtered cigars. And under these labels, I have a slide for each, so we'll just quickly breeze through here. Next, like I mentioned, Signal, #1 selling, all natural, etc. There's some other enhancements on the packaging that I won't bore you with today. So unlike a lot of the major brands in the country today, our volume's actually growing. We are not priced way up high where the major brands are, and they're continuing to take lots of increases, much more frequent and at a larger amount, leaving us in a very nice sector to play in. I'm not going to bore you with all the details here, folks, but just some of the benefits of carrying our products here. I mentioned our pipe tobacco products as well.
All natural too?
All natural too as well.
Just Signal?
This is Signal.
I know, just Signal's all natural or
All of our cigarette products all use all natural tobacco. Yeah.
Okay.
Our filtered cigar product, it's a machine-made cigar. Niagara's is our other brand of cigarette that I mentioned, again, using all natural tobacco, just tobacco and water.
Well, but then you're adding in flavors.
So these are ventilation, so full flavor and then smooth and then ultra smooth. It's just adding more ventilation and what's called the tip paper to let more air in.
Oh.
And to accomplish that. Great question. Well, here's the other question always comes up, well, menthol. You have a
Yeah.
menthol, that's, you're flavoring the tobacco with menthol.
Yeah.
And we actually don't, we add the menthol flavor through the filter. So we don't add any menthol in the tobacco, it's added in the filter. Get that question down, see the flavors.
Yeah.
Some of our
Okay.
marketing materials, and those are relatives. Long lost cousins. Great Country, another different type of blend, but still all natural. We're calling it Nature's Blend here. It's at a it's very low cost product. Don't think it's quite available in Montana just yet.
I was gonna ask how far west are your products?
Yeah, so tobacco's super highly regulated. Every single state has a tobacco directory that you have to apply to get onto before you can even sell your products into the state. And right now in Montana, just our Signal brand is listed for sale. We're in the process of getting Great Country listed because I could have swore that this picture was taken somewhere here.
That's what I was gonna say.
So I'm still digging into that, see where that came from, but this product plays very well in these type of areas. We're in the process of getting it listed in the state. Farmer's Gold, another pipe tobacco brand. This blend was developed by a 7th generation tobacco farmer out of North Carolina. We purchased the brand about 5 or 6 years ago from them, and it's actually our premium pipe tobacco product.
So, but that one you've added nicotine.
Well, they all have nicotine. So tobacco inherently has nicotine by definition.
Is from the plant?
Yes, yeah, the plant itself is where the nicotine comes from.
Because it says chemical. It's like, okay, wait, is that an additive or is it?
Yeah, that's a warning label. It's prescribed by the FDA, and it's a warning that this product contains nicotine and that nicotine is an addictive chemical, much like caffeine, where it's a stimulant, but it's also nicotine much more addictive than caffeine, but same family. Filtered cigars and pipe tobacco, just another brand that we have out there in the market. And lastly, 10 Pointer, another pipe tobacco product, obviously skewed towards the hunter.
All the same, sorry for all the questions.
No, no.
Do all these products come from the same grower then, or no?
No, no.
Because you're naming them different.
Right, the naming
Obviously
is different.
target market.
Yep. There's about 3 different blends used here. So there's a couple with the same blend, but a different branding, different messaging, etc.
The blend is what's different.
The tobaccos, yes. The tobaccos themselves that form that blend is typically 3 different types of tobacco. There's a flue-cured tobacco, there's some burley tobacco, and then an oriental tobacco. And our supplier that I mentioned earlier sources that tobacco from around the world. As driving here, I could tell lots of different crops grown here. And from one year to the next, I'm sure those crops vary, right? Depending on the weather, rain, this or that, same with tobacco. So in order to keep the blend consistent, they have to source that tobacco from around the world, making sure that the sugars, the nicotine levels, all are at certain levels in order to keep that blend consistent year over year. Great question. As I mentioned before, it is our privilege to do business with many tribes across the country. This is just a sampling of some of them, from Seminoles and Miccosukee in Florida to Big Sandy and others in California to Nisqually up in Washington. We're on a mission to do business with all the tribes here in the States and hopefully in Canada someday. We're just now starting to get up into Alaska. Obviously, there's a few up there as well. So that's really what we're about. And that's why I'm very honored to be here presenting to you all today. And again, may not be able to help some of you, any of you today, but this ends my presentation and I would love to hear how we might be able to help you or how we might be able to help you in the future. What are some of the economic development things that you guys are considering that maybe we can help with?
Yeah, Richard.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question on, I think the majority of the tribes here in the state have revenue share agreements with the state on tobacco and petroleum products. Have you worked with any tribes that don't have? We do have a revenue share, you're gonna have to pay the state taxes and all that, but right now you're working with just tribes and I don't think some tribes have their own taxation.
Yes, sir. Yes,
They don't share the revenue with the state.
yeah, that's right.
But,
Yeah,
but the majority of us, I do believe, have revenue sharing agreements with the state. And you'd probably have to be taxed by the state before we get your product in our stores or casinos. And
that's exactly right. So it's one thing I've learned over the years is that each tribe is different. And I've certainly learned to respect that. And as we learn, especially in tobacco, each tribe is different. We work with many tribes. For example, back home, there's no compacts with the state, the Oneida Nation has a compact with the state of New York for gas and tobacco. And that was negotiated along with their gaming compact. There's a little thing out there. The rest of us don't have any compacts with the state of New York for tobacco and petroleum. We sell those products all state tax free and enjoy quite an advantage there and are kind of destination areas. We work with a lot of other tribes that, like here in Montana, the state tax is collected, there's some sort of revenue share agreement with the tribe, and a portion of that's given back to support the economic development there. So we work with a wide range of them. Some are, even though we don't collect the state tax back home on Mohawk Res, our tribe collects their own tax. They have their own tax stamp that we apply to the bottom of every pack of cigarettes, and we pay our tribe that tribal tax for economic development.
A similar situation to the Montana tribes will be all the tribes in Oklahoma, where they will have some type of tax revenue sharing with the state. And I believe the rate is a 50-50 split between the tribes and the state of Oklahoma, so very similar. I'm not sure what's the sharing portion here in Montana, but it's a similar situation.
That's a good example, Marcelo. In Oklahoma, I know that a lot of them use a portion of that portion that they get to actually put in the price so that they're cheaper and actually drives more volume, generating more tax revenue.
Yeah, I am, as a economic development director for the Crew Tribes. The representative came and we're selling that signal at our C-store. And it's the way we looked at it was Native American business, Native American store, that's like commerce, that's our thought. And it's pretty good tobacco. I'm not a cigarette smoker, but I kind of want to smoke,
Should start.
They say that the people, took that tobacco and they like it. It's smooth and it's not from the other big brand tobacco. So that was my thinking. And yeah, we sell it there at Grove. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
One thing aspect too, Justin, if you could touch on the family foundation.
I was going to mention that. Thank you, Marcelo. We're really focused on giving back, and a couple years ago, we were finally able to organize a 501c3 not-for-profit organization called the Bears Den Charitable Foundation. And this foundation takes applications from territories all over the country. And we are able to give out monetary donations, scholarships, things like that. So if you're interested, I'm sure I should probably put this in the pamphlet. It's Bears Den, BARSDEN CF, bearsdencf.org. And there's an application right there online. And we support everything from kids with scholarships to folks that lost their home in a fire, whatever that pain point is. May not be able to fill the entire need, but we try to help out with something.
There's a question online. Mandy? You're on mute. Does she have a question? Oh, no, that was your hand. Oh, okay. I saw a hand. Anyone else have any questions?
Questions? Yeah.
I just have a comment, Chairman. I would just like to say that I just commend you and your family business for being so, I guess, outstanding and doing things in the Native American small business. It's good to see something positive and productive. For us at Fort Belknap, I noticed there's a lot of strength in family business, but there's not a lot of it, even though we're really close and we're all related and we're all families. But like most of our successful business seem to be that family, the family, we have like a local, C-store, if you will. But they've expanded into construction and some other things, and I would really like to get them in touch with you just to see, what else they're up to, because, you gotta kind of go where your strengths are, I would really like to see more families do that, because they're, they kind of find a need and they're filling it, with just small businesses. It's really hard to survive a business on the reservation, mostly just because of a lot of different factors, but I just commend you guys and thank you for the presentation, and I'll try to see if I can get those folks in touch with you just to encourage the rest of the family to keep on doing good stuff and creating more business on our reservations.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Yeah, we're very blessed. Doesn't come without a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears, because that's definitely what it takes. But I found that our territory, especially in some of the others there in New York, is really strong entrepreneurial type of culture there. The casino is virtually the only business that our tribe actually owns and operates there. Everyone else is owned by a tribal member, and the tribe licenses us and regulates us as a government, rather than doing business themselves. But, everybody's different. And, like I said, learn to respect that. But thank you for your comments. It's not always easy running a family business, but it's very rewarding.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a comment too. Also, I want to say thank you, and this is really good information, and whenever I get information like this, I always share it with the appropriate people. I make sure that it gets passed along in our tribe. So if there's a new store that we're doing, or we're going to be building another casino, or, whatever we're doing, I want to make sure that they're aware of Indian-made products that they can carry. So thank you for that, because I really always appreciate stuff like this. So, that's one thing that's important to me. I'm also a tribal leader in our tribe, that we support other tribal businesses and, minority-owned businesses. Anyway, so thank you.
That's all I ask.
Can I have additional brochures that I can leave with each one of you, so you can pass along multiple samples for people that needs to have access to this information?
And thank you for the knives.
Yeah, where's the tobacco?
Actually, there's a couple more gifts we got on the car. We'll bring them in here in a second. Lacrosse was founded up in our neck of the woods, so we've got some miniature lacrosse sticks, and we do have a basket, which is very symbolic of our tribe, welcoming, other tribes in, and then there is some tobacco. Yeah, cool.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Any other questions?
Anyone? Phone call? Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
so
Chair.
much.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Thank you for inviting us.
Okay, up next, Export Montana. Angie. You here? Yes.
Hi, sorry, it's taking a second for my camera to catch up. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Thank you to TJ and team for giving me a few minutes to speak to you all. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm in Bozeman today, so I couldn't be there. But I just wanted to let you all know about something that we are planning. So my program is called Export Montana. I'm with Commerce, same with Marilyn and Luke and Rochelle and TJ. And so my team's job is to help Montana companies to sell outside the US. So we provide grant funds for going to trade shows, getting your website ready for foreign transactions, perhaps language translation. We also take Montana companies to foreign trade shows and on trade missions. So it was a few months ago. I was approached by TRIA, Tally with TRIA. I'm sure you're all aware of that organization. And she said that she would like some help with getting a group of Montana native artists to France, probably Paris, for some buyer meetings, basically. And so she wanted some grant funds for that. And so over the course of the conversation, what I offered was that the state of Montana would get grant funds and host a Native American artist trade mission to Paris next year, probably April or May. And it will be a pilot project where Montana will be the first state that does this. And we will take between 4 and 6 artists, whoever's ready, to France. And so how all of this works is through TRIA, she will help with recruitment and getting Montana TRIA members who are interested in the trade mission, though it doesn't have to be limited to TRIA. If you as a group all have some suggestions as well. But this is just a pilot project. So we're still kind of feeling out the particulars. And so what we would do is these artists who are interested in coming along on the mission, my team meets with them, make sure that we explain the process and that they understand what they're getting themselves into. And then we will, with TRIA, then we will set a meeting with our foreign contractors, someone in France who we've worked with before. It may be the US Commercial Service, which is part of the federal government. They are our federal partners, and they're based out of the embassy. And so each artist would have a meeting with the contractor and talk about who they want to meet with. Oh, I want to meet with, fashion purchasers, or I want to meet with jewelry buyers, or I want to set up a presentation for maybe for consumers, and I want to do a presentation and, a show of my painted artwork or whatever it is, or my sculptures. Whatever it is they want to do, the contractor will then go out and do, we call them cold calls. I don't know if that is something you're all familiar with, I'm sure, where they go out and they talk to 40, 50 potential contacts in France. And then they come back to the artist and we kind of facilitate the meeting. And they say, here are the 12 who are interested in meeting with you, or here's what we suggest for a fashion show or a jewelry exhibition or a sculpture event. And then the artist says yes or no to whatever they want. And then my team will prepare them for travel. So we'll help them with here's how you get there. Here's what hotel we're all going to stay at. We will be on site to help with transportation for anybody who hasn't traveled overseas before. Like I was the first time, crazy nervous about how do you hail a taxi? What's a train, for goodness sakes? So we spend all of our time getting them ready, preparing them, making sure that they're ready to possibly take orders or to set up those relationships. The contractor's doing all the on the ground work. And then we all travel there together. well, technically we all arrive there together. And then over the course of 3 to 5 days, each of those artists would have either a customized itinerary of meetings specific for that artist, or we would have just one big event where all of these Montana artists would do a showcase. It just depends, like I said, it's very customized. So it'll depend on who comes and what the contractor suggests for getting into that market. And what we will do is the artist will contract with, or will pay the contractor. And then we reimburse 75% of the cost of that contract, plus 2,000 of their travel. So this could be as little as $2,000 for 3 to 5 days worth of meetings or some kind of promotions, with the intention that this would be first time sales or increased sales into that market. So what I'm hoping you could help me with is advising on this. If there's any aspect of that that you think maybe doesn't fit how the Native American culture likes to do business, or if there's any suggestions you have for artists that we should contact that perhaps maybe aren't TRIA members. I don't have anything to share with you today as far as recruitment piece, because we don't normally do the recruitment more than 6 months out. I found that more than 6 months out, people start losing track of it, and most of the work gets done in the last 2 months of the project anyway. So that's what I'm hoping, is to get your consultation, any help with finding businesses. Like I said, this is a pilot. And so, you know, I'm not exactly sure who to contact. Of course, we'll be including our Indian country team in the project. And so just any guidance you have would be very helpful. So I'll just open that up to questions. Marilyn, if you guys are running behind, I can leave it at that and share more information with you later. Or if you have time, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions? Yes.
Yeah, so if you have like a flyer or a link or something like that, because then that could be shareable on social media, because there might be Native artists who are pretty well established who might not be connected with TRIA for whatever reason. There might be other people that are interested in this. And, you know, one thing I just want to say, one thing that one of my dear friends always says is, she says that Indians have always been international citizens, because since time immemorial, we have always interacted with people from other nations. So citizens of my nation have always, you know, interacted with citizens from the Crow Nation. We've always interacted with each other, not always on good terms, no, I'm just kidding. But we've always interacted with each other. We've always, Native people have always been international citizens. We had complex and sophisticated trade since time immemorial with each other. We always interacted with each other. So to me, it makes sense that, of course, we would interact internationally on a larger scale and interact with other nations abroad as well, because we are international citizens. We've always interacted with other nations. And so I just think that's important to keep in mind about who we are. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Like I said, we don't have a flyer right now because we're so far out. But as soon as we have that ready, probably, let's see, by December, January, we will have that available. I just wanted to make you aware this far ahead, so that if you had any maybe complete direction shifts for us, we had time to make that. But just also so it was on your radar, and as you're meeting and talking to people, you can send them through TJ's team to me, or you can send them directly to me. Marilyn, I apologize. I should have sent business cards with you, but if you know how to get a hold of the Indian country team, they can get information to me just as easily.
Yeah, and I think one thing too, in terms of traveling internationally, I think might have been, we have people from Mohawk here today. I mean, so there's people who I know with their lacrosse teams, they've traveled internationally with their tribal ID.
Mhm.
And so information about how to travel and what kind of documents that you need would be helpful to people, because
That's really helpful.
some some tribes some people don't have a passport, but they should be able to use their tribal ID to travel internationally, but their tribal ID has to be current. That's why they have expiration dates, like mine's expired. And I still look the same, no, I'm just kidding, but mine's really old. My tribal ID is really old, but just so people kind of know that if you're gonna use your tribal ID, can you use your tribal ID to fly overseas? What, like, people would ask, I think people would wanna know things like that. And to get a passport, it takes a long time. And you can't just go get a passport. So just kind of giving people resources like that if they feel like they want to have a passport or if they don't or whatever.
That's great. And rest assured, we do, I provide around a 20-page document to get it with links and explanations. And then we do a 2-hour training in advance. So hopefully we will have everyone, but that is something I was not even aware of about a tribal ID. So I will make sure and get that information for you. And for our friends in the room from the Mohawk there, sorry, I don't know if I'm saying that right. You referenced it. This is a pilot project with the state of Montana, but TRIA's intention is then to take the success of this project and then cookie cutter recreate it in other states. So someday maybe this will be something where it'll be a multi-state effort for Native artists all across the US.
Olivia, just letting you know, this is Sean Backbone from the Crow Tribe. Tribal ID is very important because you need a tribal ID to get into heaven.
Hey, Angie, this is Rochelle. I just wanted to provide a quick little update on that conversation from the NABC conference. NABC conference, talked with Tally and Tria, and done designs by Della and Plain Soul, Rebecca Jarvie from Chippewa Cree. And I think there's also a little shell designer that Carrie that lives over. And so Della had said that she is, you know, she has done a fashion show in Milan. And certainly Superman's wife, she showed over in Europe recently. So some of those that have some experience might be good mentors for additional artists. And then the other question is about the visa. If they're going for business, do they have to have a specific type of visa to enter France?
That's a good question. I mean, and if I'm saying this incorrectly, my apologies. I'm not sure of the nomenclature here, but me, a regular American citizen, no visa is required for Europe, for the European Union. But I'm not aware of exactly how a tribal ID would be different as a sovereign nation. So that's something I will have to spend some time figuring out. And I'll actually, I can talk to Della about that. And I love your idea as a mentor, possibly to include them maybe in the planning, but also in the training.
Great, and then just the last thing is the enhanced ID requirement in Montana for traveling and stuff. That goes into effect May of 2025. And Marilyn was reminding me I need to get my appointment now because it takes many months to get your appointment to get that ID. So anyway, these are just some things where maybe it's in the best interest of us all to start sooner than later. Because these things take time and we might think that a few months out is adequate, but it may not be. It'll probably sneak up on us. So, but thank you, Angie, for extending this opportunity for our tribal creators and artists.
Yeah, and if you need anybody else to
I'll leave that up to you all to fight out.
We'll both volunteer.
Any other questions or comments for Angie? Thank you, Angie.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
I did take
Oh.
3 years of high school French, by the way.
Hey, you're ahead of me.
Pitching it.
Au revoir.
Okay, now, looks like it's lunch break. What's the plan? Just go grab some? In the box, help yourself. Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. There you go. All right, so up next, we have the 2023 Indian Equity Fund recipient Kathy Deserly and Matt Deserly from the Wolf Point General Mercantile. Right on.
Thank you. How about PowerPoint? Are you gonna set it up?
Yeah, so me and my wife, we live here, but so we love the bison chili and the sloppy joe.
Oh, that's awesome.
And everything you guys watch.
Thank you for that.
So you guys gotta go.
Yeah, thank you. Matt was saying we should have had everybody over for lunch.
We should have ordered it.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we can go out. We can go after 3.
Okay. Is there who changes that? Right. Oh, okay, great. So just kind of quickly explaining about who we are, how we came to be, and how the Indian Equity Fund grant really helped us get going. So Wolf Point General Mercantile is the name of our business. And you can go ahead and move to the next slide. So why a mercantile? Some people call it a mercantile. Basically, you know, everybody probably knows about old-fashioned general stores that used to be everywhere. It was a place for people to go get their flour, sugar, probably some whiskey, fabric, clothes, whatever. And
I said, we're sober place.
yeah. All right. So, but you know, and it was also a place for people to come and gather, and that was kind of the thinking about this mercantile, and that it would be a place where people could come together. When I kind of initially started the idea, and if you want to change the slide. So when my mom would come to visit, she liked teaching our grandkids how to crochet. And this was before the dollar store was here. And Ben Franklin, of course, was long gone. And I was looking for a crochet hook. And I keep telling this story because there was no place to get a crochet hook in this town. And I thought, you know, there needs to be an old-fashioned general store here. And the idea just started brewing in my mind. And so that was the starting point. You can go ahead and change it. So the idea was that it would be like an old-fashioned store, even though Main Street isn't what it used to be. I think it could be kind of what it used to be, to have more businesses come back, and it doesn't always seem like a logical place to go when rural towns are dying. But on the other hand, I was thinking, why not, you know? And because I didn't grow up here, but I've been coming to Wolf Point almost 2/3 of my life, and I love Wolf Point, and I was just hoping to see the town come back a little bit. So basically, the idea was to have a place that people could come and gather, and that's kind of what it has become in a very short amount of time. All right, next slide. So again, you know, this is old Wolf Point, older, very old. And then the Merc is here in red. which is formerly this building. So those of you that knew the Fabric Attic, if you came here, the Fabric Attic, it was also all sorts. There was a
Animals department, harbor.
yeah, so it's been a few things, so now it's the mercantile. Next slide. So again, it was, the thinking was to have some grocery items, to have some gifts, to have some baked goods, to have arts and crafts from local people. And in my mind, and I'm gonna kind of build up a little bit and turn it over to Matt, but in my mind, if we had food, it would be like some chips, some soft drinks that people could buy, things like that. And it has sort of become more than that. So you can, next slide. So here's who we are. Our grandkids, Matt, Elizabeth, his wife, who's working right now, or she would be here, but she's over there whipping up that chili. My husband, Lanny, he's an enrolled member here, and myself. Next slide.
Team.
Okay. Yeah, the team is now a little bit older here. But it's, this has been going on for 3 years. It was really at the tail end of the pandemic that we got the idea, or that I got the idea, worked with Mark over here around getting the building. And then really this guy here and Elizabeth, who said, you did what? And you want to do what? And so we kind of were just sitting on, working on this building and getting it together. And in 2023, again, with the help of Great Northern Development, with Mark working with us, we put together an application for the Indian Equity Fund with the idea of putting some lighting in it. It was actually kind of in here that inspired me, because that the way that main part of that building looked was sort of like an office with low ceilings, fluorescent lights, kind of, you just felt like you were going in an office. And when we were thinking about what could we do with the funding, and I said, well, you know, these guys put together a really nice, you know, meeting room, and maybe we could get some kind of you know, raise the ceiling, get some lights. And so that's what we did. We put the work into that application. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt, because this guy and Elizabeth, they were like, okay, we're going to do something here. And they just started running with it. And
well, she gave us a couple little ideas on, you know, she wanted to be nostalgic and wanted it to be a gathering place and wanted to be, I mean, we heard food, so I don't know why you didn't.
I bought chips.
I don't know how you get people together without food, but for my wife and I, it was always about chili and fry bread, and she'd been, had that recipe for years and wanted to just open a drive-through at her house out in the middle of halfway to Poplar. And thought we could stop everybody on their way to and from the two towns. And so she had just wanted to, you know, she cooks with love and wanted to get that out to people. And we were kind of depressed when we went out to lunch and we couldn't find things that were satisfying to us. and I told her that it's the first time I can eat a salad in the dark, and not, you know, we were watching TV, and you know, normally I have the lights on, looking at it, you know, we buy those box salads before at the store, and they go bad pretty quick, and now it's just like crunchy and fresh, and everything that she makes is made to order right away, and so we're just been really happy to have been able to bring that to a lot of people, and just like saying, you know, we're getting that all over the place, and left and right people are just appreciative and loving what we're doing. And it really, we couldn't have done it without the extra funds that we've got from the Equity Fund and from the Minnow Tank. And that enabled us to get out there and start without debt, without a whole lot of being behind paying bills every month. We're just paying, you know, our employees and buying food and someday we'll get paid, I don't know, but it's,
I have to say, it's been 7 weeks,
Yeah.
this has been going.
and we're hearing people talk about, it's like, oh, year 3, we're hoping to make a profit, and we're breaking even right now, and that's, it's a good place to be, I think. And, built, with our milkshakes and splits and fried bread, and, those are, nobody's used to getting those things right now, because, I don't know why, we just thought we should do it, but.
Well, and it's been, like I said, it's been done in a very short amount of time, but the lighting that we were able to do through the Indian Equity Fund, it changed the look, it felt different.
The place was, it felt really office-like, and it didn't have any kind of nostalgia to it. And, you walk into any old building and it has, oh, look at these ceilings, and it's got a cool roof, and it's got bands everywhere, and it's got, so we did that, and we're able to put in power for different freezers and things, and get everything up and whirring and running, and it was right after the minnow tank that got us feeling like, and when we felt like promised some things, and now we owe it.
Now you've got it
We
delivered.
better get it done, because we had been tinkering around for a couple of years.
But when they said, we're gonna do this by Stampede, I said, okay, good, so we'll do nachos and chips and some soft drinks. I mean, seriously, we were gone for a couple of weeks, my husband and I, we came back, had not been in there since a lot of that remodeling and the lighting and all that had been done. And when we walked in there, it was like, oh my gosh, I mean, he was listening, number one, of kind of the ideas that we had about how to do it. But the other thing that we found out, and I just want to say this, is when we got the grant and then started looking for people that could do the work. And there are people that can do the work, but they're so busy, they're not always available. And
To answer the phone.
oh, yeah, I mean, it's just crazy, busy, hectic. And so Matt was starting away on doing this and doing that. And, meanwhile, I think our front window got broken and we had to stop and get that fixed and then, keep on working and working. And so everything literally was done with parents cheerleading, but Matt and Elizabeth really pulling it together. And again, we could not have done it without the support of the Indian Equity Fund, without the support of Great Northern Development. It made all the difference in the world, so.
Well, and the communities, like I said, they've been really supportive, everybody, they said, we want you to succeed, and we've had people just, they come in and we can tell they're looking for things to buy because they want to help us stay afloat. And the folks that everybody's afraid of on the streets, they just kind of slipped out of the way and said, that's cool what you're doing, appreciate that, and I get, lots of high fives from them and knuckle bumps, I guess, but it's been refreshing, and I'd say to anybody that wanted to do something on Main Street, don't be afraid. It's a lot of good properties at good prices, and when business picks up, people get out of your way, and I only get to kick out one day.
And so thank you very much. And I don't know if there's any questions that anybody might have for us.
Yeah, Richard. Chili's private, we worked real good.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm telling you, it's really good.
Here's a funny story too. My husband and I, when we were in college, we were going to school in San Diego, and a lot of us students, we would do fry bread sales, to raise money for this or that. And we used to talk about this, we'd say, if we ever could, we'd open a restaurant and sell chili and fry bread. That's it, nothing else. And just recently I was thinking, oh, that is happening. We just didn't do it, but it's happening, so, yeah.
Well, yeah, and then our meat, is the bison, and we have some whole pork, but mostly that bison and the fry bread. Those are two things I was like, we're in Old Point, we're on the reservation, we can't find those anywhere when you walk in any restaurant. Where do you get buffalo? And so that's, I don't know, I guess our niche, but were, there was, people coming, we have some kids walking in there now, and ordering the jelly, ordering candy, and getting milkshakes, and then, I don't know, we take pictures every time we see a little kid walking like a fistful of cash, and, just getting on Main Street, which was, previously kind of, we just step over people when we were building. It's a little scary, but it's been really fun to meeting everybody too.
Well, congratulations. And so Jennifer and I were talking at lunch. It's always good to see these Main Street businesses come back because Main Streets are dying. And the heyday days, they're really cool and vibrant.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's
Filling those empty spots again.
Yeah, and that reminded me of another big part of our philosophy was buying things from people, and it has to be that you make it. I don't buy, secondhand, Hawkins stuff, but it's, we're buying beadwork and ribbon skirts and starter clothes and, things that people, are making. And then I try to, put a good, not a good price, kind of a high price on it, because I want people to make what they're worth. And I'm hoping, we can keep people employed that way. We're buying local made pies and I people bounce that money around our own communities, and then we're, shopping at other places on Main Street. And, I get, Mr. Crockwell comes over from his place and buys, stuff at our place, and I just think that's so cool, as a restaurant.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you. Okay, we have another Indian Equity Fund recipient, Scott Smoker, of Smoke Signal Studios.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Scott Smoker. I run Smoke Signal Studio. Like I said, it's a small video production company, and by small, I mean, it's just me. One man band. I was talking to my brother Bryce here earlier about video. I told him, a lot of times when I'm trying to sell myself to people, I always, if I'm pitching my services to different businesses and stuff, I always tell them, it's a lot better to show people what you're doing, rather than just telling them about it. And unfortunately, I didn't take my own advice. I didn't have a PowerPoint ready, so I'm just gonna have to talk about what I do instead of showing it. But let's see, I started doing video full time in 2019, and I kind of got into it before that because I did artwork. I like to draw and stuff, and so I got into video because I wanted to capture my process of how to make art. That's how I learned how to use a video camera. And in 2019, I was kind of randomly asked to do a video for an event during Popular Indian Days, which is ironically this weekend. So it was 5 years ago. And I did a halfway decent job, and then kind of a month later, I quit my job at the community college randomly, and been doing video ever since. And when you get into the video production business, it's not a cheap industry to be in, with the cameras and the lenses and the computers and the hard drives and things like that. And so I've slowly been building up my gear list because, we live in a place in Montana. I don't have access to camera shops or places where I can rent gear. So if I need a piece of equipment for a particular production, I kind of have to have it on hand. And so I've slowly, since 2019, been building up, my equipment list to either do more professional work or to be more efficient in what I do. Those are kind of the two criteria for when I'm purchasing something. And I did a lot of work early on with Rescast Media, and then in about 2021, I kind of figured I should do you know, kind of build up my own business, and that was in late 2021. And I thought about applying for the Indian Equity Fund then, but at the time I didn't, you know, I didn't even have my own website yet, so I figured I needed to do kind of the back end stuff like that before I pursued something like that. So I spent the second half of 2021 into 2022, you know, building out my website, you know, getting my business registered with the state and, you know, things like that, getting a business checking account, trying to be more professional. And then in 2022, with the help of Mark, I was applied for the Indian Equity Fund. And Mark really was a tremendous help, you know, because it could be a little intimidating, the application process, but we were able to do it. I was awarded the $14,000, and that really went towards, you know, like I said, scaling my business to becoming more professional. And so I spent, you know, camera gear can be expensive. I bought like three main things with it, the 14,000. So it went pretty quick. And after I got it, I got a nice cinema camera, they call it. And it's a fancier term than what you think it would. It's a Netflix approved camera, you know, and that's kind of more of a buzzword than anything. You know, Netflix will accept anything if the story's good enough. But I got that, and a few months after I got it, I kind of randomly did a video for a friend over in Fort Belknap. He runs like a church camp, Bruce Plummer. Some of you might know him. He does a church camp every year. He's done it for a number of years. And he found out I did video work, and he said, "Hey, can you do a video for me? I'll send you all these pictures, and can you put it to this song for me?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." I did it. It took me a couple hours. He said, "My daughter is going to send you the photos." And so she sent them. I did the video, and then she contacts me and says, "Hey, I work for this organization." She works for an organization that does housing, and she specifically works in like tribal housing. And she said, "We're looking for, you know, a native videographer. Would you be interested in working with us?" I said, "Yeah, for sure." And I didn't hear back from her for like months. I thought she forgot about it or something. And then randomly one day she emails me and says, "Hey, we're doing an event in South Dakota. Can you be there to help film? We're looking for like," because they wanted to bring natives on when it came to the native housing stuff that she worked for. She worked for a big organization. They got offices all over like the United States. And I said, "Yeah." But they had a video production company that they already work with out of New York City. And they said, "Can I put you in contact with our communications marketing team and this video production company?" I was like, "Sure." And so they got in contact with me and they said, "Hey, can you send us over your gear list?" You know, and then they sent me a document that they have of like, you know, these are our requirements for video. They're basically seeing if I could meet their requirements. I was able to. So it was just a couple months after I got the funding and bought the stuff that it really came, it was really handy for me to be able to do that. And so, and even now, I'm continuing to, you know, to build out my list of gear, you know, just trying to be more professional, you know, coming from where we come from, you know, like reservation, like I'm always trying to make sure that I'm producing the best work that I can that's on par with people in New York City or wherever. You know, that's how seriously I take this. I don't want to be good just for Montana, or I don't want to be good just for the reservation. I want to be good compared to anything. I take what I do pretty seriously. And yeah, I feel like there was something else that I wanted to touch on. But yeah, the Indian Equity Fund, you know, really helped me scale my business a lot quicker. I was able to get these things that otherwise would have taken me a little bit longer to save up for, because, you know, I run my business debt free. I don't owe anything, you know, particularly in an industry that can be quite expensive. So I try and run my business because, well, right now I don't have any debt, so I try not to deal with any debt. So I'm really thankful for the Indian Equity Fund. It allowed me to scale my business a lot quicker than I would have otherwise. And that's my story. If anybody has any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Would you share with the commission the project you've done on the Buffalo Trail for Fort Peck
Yeah, so.
in your YouTube channel?
Yeah, so I did
Can we take a look at it if we got it?
I think so. There should be, I think on my YouTube channel, I have two. I have my Smoke Signal Studio one. I did a documentary like in 2021 on the buffalo and how they got back to Fort Peck. It's one of those things that I don't, because it was 3 years ago, and I feel like I've gotten a lot better since then. And so I haven't watched it in a couple of years. No, that's the Buffalo Unity Project. Maybe if you just click on my channel there.
That was great too.
Yeah, so that's the one, the Buffalo. It's how they got back, and a portion of that video talks about the Buffalo Trail. You can go somewhere towards the end.
Let me show you. About halfway to the school.
Yeah, in the schools and
The Buffalo Unity one's good one with the kids though. Too.
yeah, we did one that I've been involved with for a number of years. It's the Buffalo Unity Project with Buck Turcott.
So you want me to go forward on that?
Yeah, it's because the beginning is talking about how we got the buffalo back at Fort Peck, and then there's one part specifically about the Buffalo Trail. It's towards the end of the video. Yeah, right there with Mike Everts. He's the works at the field. So I think at this point, when I worked on the film in 2021, there wasn't, they didn't have any of the installations up at the Buffalo Trail. And I think right now they might only, I think they have one up. So I don't have much footage of, they're still in the process of installing them. So there might be a need for an update on this video or a part two. So, but yeah, I've worked on this film and a couple of others about, I would say about 80 to 90% of my work is working with other natives, you know, whether it's tribal communities or reservations. I've worked, my goal is to try and work on every reservation in Montana. Obviously done work here in Fort Peck. I've done some work on the Rocky Boy Reservation. I'm gonna be working on a project in Fort Belknap next month. So, you guys know any work that's needed.
I'll visit with you after
Maybe we can go more.
You just said you had selective. I do, you know, like the one I did for my friend in Fort Belknap, that turned into, you know, a paying thing, so sometimes I know when to work for free. But yeah, that's a little bit about my
Question.
Have you taken that production assistant training?
I haven't, I've heard about it.
Accelerate Montana, that's what I was gonna
I've
ask.
heard about it because people have mentioned it, and I have heard about it. It'd be something like, you know, because I'm always willing to learn.
You get on the list.
Yeah.
So if there's film projects and people are coming through.
Yeah.
Like we're working on a film, we picked up 2 from Blackfeet. They're on that list, so like.
Yeah.
And I'm learning a lot about that world too. You get to know and work with these different people.
Yeah, that's something I would
can
definitely be interested in, because I would say that's probably a weak point for me, is like working on bigger productions with multiple people. Like 99% of the time I'm by myself.
Yeah.
And I know there's a whole world out there in terms of production where you're on crews of, you know, 10, 20 people. I just haven't had the experience of doing that yet, but it would be something that I would like to do for the experience, just to learn.
How did you start?
I started, you know.
You said with your art?
Yeah, with my art, I was just kind of recording videos and was gonna upload them to YouTube, and then I just kind of learned the ins and outs of how to use the camera, learned about frame rates and things like that, and then.
So my 11-year-old daughter, our granddaughter, was doing TikToks.
Yeah.
With art. She was doing makeup tutorials, but she was creating a cartoon character. And she'd do like it was awesome. It was like, I was so impressed with her, but she got kicked off of TikTok because she's only 11. She said I had to recreate another account. I haven't seen the other account yet, but.
Yeah, there's some
that
people
would
that are
be-
so like just naturally talented
Yeah.
at making videos for social media. You know, it's amazing, especially young kids.
Yeah, young kids.
Any other questions for Scott?
Your parts? I'm a horrible self-promoter. I have cards and
How do we get a hold of you? We need to get a hold of you.
Sure, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. If you look at Stop Smoker, or my Facebook page, Smoke Signal Studio. I'm on Facebook.
And on YouTube?
Smoke Signal Studio. Yeah, I'm on YouTube too. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I have my business Smoke Signal Studio, and then I have a personal YouTube channel that I'm trying to build up.
Is that you right there?
Yeah, that's my work right there. That's my reel. I updated that last summer. I need to update it again.
Can you turn the volume up on it?
Yeah, let me share this.
Scotty, where's the one you did for the value added egg program?
I think those are on YouTube. And then I just got done doing another project with Haley. I just finished a couple of weeks ago working on a project with the state of Montana, with the Department of Agriculture. The biggest project that I've worked on so far is we went to 11 different farms throughout Montana and highlighted 11 different businesses that do specialty crops in Montana. So the Department of Agriculture was looking to promote the specialty crops because they want to highlight, you know, things other than cattle and barley, like the big things in Montana. They want to show that Montana, you know, is known for other things as well. So I went to a couple flower farms. One was like someone grew hops for local breweries in Bozeman. Yeah, I went to 11 different places. It was a huge project. I was gone for 2 weeks, and so it went good. Yeah.
A follow-up on that, did you have to do an RFP for that project with Department of Agriculture, or were they able to maybe do a sole source?
No, it went out to bid, so
It did,
I had
okay.
to bid for it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yes, it's just a short 1 minute. Just clips of my work. I need to update it. Yeah, I need to update that, but a lot of other work since then, so it's kind of a little bit older work. Yeah. A little bit of what I do. Say I'm more willing to find new people to work with. So if you have any interesting projects, I work, like I was mentioning to Bryce earlier, you know, one of my selling points, I guess, especially working with natives is, you know, I come from, you know, I understand our communities, especially our reservation communities. I think that's one thing, I guess one of my unique selling points is I understand, you know, the things that we go through, how our people are. And I've been fortunate enough to be involved in certain projects where that was kind of the reason why I was there, is because I'm Indian. And I'm just trying to do my best to put our people in a good light, because oftentimes that isn't always the case, especially, you know, in our state, so. Yeah, I feel good about it.
Well, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
If you want, Scott, you can email somebody your information and that way we can pass it on around. Start getting cards.
All right, up next, Mr. Wetzel, Department of Labor Industry.
Cigar.
For my presentation, I asked Bryce to come up and present with me. He didn't see this.
I follow them around all over the place.
He leaves halfway through, so just, you can leave early and come back and catch the. So thank you, Chairman Gray and the committee on letting me come up. I think since the last time I spoke with you all, we've got quite a bit of movement, and I'm really been blessed by our Commissioner Sarah Swanson and just kind of letting us run with a lot of our initiatives. So I'll just kind of give some updates on this. So Oki, Natana, Sikimiotas, and Stu Omskopi Pakani. Donnie Wetzel from the Blackfeet Nation, and I'm a tribal liaison for Department of Labor and Industry. And I think I sent you this a long time ago. I could have some updates here, so yeah, go ahead. These guys always ask for presentations a month ahead. Things just change, you know? and You can go past this. I don't even know.
Around the right one?
This might, 20. Oh, next one. Okay, so this is some of our tarot stuff. I think when I first met with you guys, I was starting a discussion with the tarot directors of each tribe. And it was really from their guidance, they asked me to help facilitate. And I think with labor and industry, we've gotten to a point. One thing that I'll say when I'm at the state level is our tribes have everything that we try to press on it. They know what's good and they know what's what, and we have highly educated people that do all of our things. And we gotta quit pressing on it and telling them this is how you gotta do it. So, and I didn't really understand some of the approaches in a lot of the work that I've done before, but it's really become clear to me that when the tarot directors wanted to just be able to sit at a table and meet a little bit more formally, they called us to kind of organize it. And so I work right with them. They'll send me the agendas. They work right with me. They'll give me information. They'll task me, hey, we want to know about this. Do you know who we can contact? And so really becoming a hub of our tribes is what I'm finding is working. And then on the state side, what I've really understood is we put a lot of different kind of programs or approaches on our tribes. And what I've been doing more lately is explaining to some of our state workers when they're not hearing back from tribes, or when they're getting frustrated or hitting a wall, or whatever it may be. I'll say that, you know, our tribes have a lot going on. I said, don't get frustrated, you know, because I was thinking of a recent discussion, because we had quite a few losses in our communities. And I'll explain to them that there's priorities, and this right here isn't a priority right now. So just be patient and it'll happen when it happens. So Sarah Swanson really lets me kind of go. She's shifted anything tribally through my office. Anything that the 800 employees do at DLI, if it has to do with the tribe, I'm starting to see it. So it's a lot of emails, a lot of work coming my way, and I'm like, man, this is a lot. But I've really realized that she wants to become an example in the state agencies. And it's an interesting thing. So say there was an incident in one of our reservation communities, and one of our offices may have been butting heads with one of the tribal employees. She wants me to call those tribal employees and see our side, which is something that I haven't seen too often in the state. It's nobody's fault, but there's always just kind of one side. So I'll make a lot of those calls and find out, well, this is their perspective. This is what they experienced. And so let's just get everyone to the table and figure this out. So a lot of that movement came from these tarot meetings that we started to do just to look at who handles our employment in Indian country. It's usually the tarot offices. And how do we support them in any direction that they want to go? So you can see all these other groups that we pulled in. A lot of this was also my learning curve on what is out there, what we offer. A little bit different than when I was at OPI is I got a strong team. So like the engagement team is almost like, so I've always worked in mental health services. Engagement team is wraparound service for somebody working in a career. So if somebody can't get to a job, like WIOA, and there's other programs that will get them a gas card, get them a ride. If they can't find a place to stay, they'll find a place for them to stay. So that engagement team, there's like 6 or 7 of them that will just meet with me and say, well, what do you got? What's going on? And I said, well, in this area, this young man needs a ride from Rocky Boy to Great Falls. And so they will find that, they will bend over backwards. We're working with Ani Nakota and Carol Nancy Bushi from Belknap on fixing, Ani Nakota owns a semi. They used to do CDL work and do that certification. It's been sitting there, we got together and said, what do we need to do to get that going? Because they want to start to train that, CDL's there, and also work with Rocky Board. And so Gibby Reset was there, Nancy Bushi, Dr. Sean Chandler was there, the president of ANC, and then Kim Barros. And so we're working on that. So they needed to get it fixed. And so DLI, I talked to the engagement team and I said, what can we do to help them get it fixed? So this guy, Mike Parcells, he just goes to work. So we called around and he said, maybe we can tie into Northern because they do all these programs and see if we can get some up here who's a decent mechanic to fix it. So that's kind of like what's happening. A lot of like sharing out, things like that. Of course, the unions is ran by Jason Small and his team. Again, they're providing with the tribal college an MC3 curriculum and potentially dropping $1 million into that tribal college. Multi-craft curriculum. So it gives any students interested in a trade a taste of it through college courses. So they're providing. They also say if there's a young person that wants to go get trained in carpentry or whatever and enter the union, they'll ship them out, pay for them. Then when they come back, they'll take care of them. And if you're union, you can go anywhere in the world and work, really. So it's really just bringing folks to the table, kind of having a vision of what we're trying to do. And in my eyes, a lot of it is finding opportunities for our youth. It's always been that, no matter where I've worked. I brought that up yesterday, you know. I went and presented to the Fort Peck tribes and I'm always there, but I'm always saying the same thing, you know, trying to find a purpose or a direction for our youth is the goal. And so all of these other careers that are out there that we often overlook, it's starting to come up in these conversations. And then at the tribal side, we had this final meeting here in Polson, Quatucknuck, and we had a dinner or like appetizers, and people just came together and got to know each other a little bit and shared what the tribes want. And then Sarah Swanson had all of the department heads of PLI come and present to the tribes. You know, nobody's ever done that in any of the work I've done on this liaison side. So it was interesting because some folks were saying, we need this person from job service there. Why ain't they here? And I had to kind of call a timeout and say, their boss is here. So you can talk to the head of that department and they will tell whatever needs to be done to get done. And so then they started to realize, geez, we got, you know, unemployment, all of these different groups of people that we have. So that was a really good thing, but the best part of it is we all sat around and ate that evening and you had everyone laughing, get to know each other. And of course, now they're like, oh, these guys ain't calling me back. And I said, just because you spent an evening doesn't mean you're gonna just suddenly start calling. You can go next one. But it's cool, you know, we're looking at this right here for our Indian youth. Of course, I focus on 16 to 24, but this comes up a lot. How do we find this? I met with Superintendent Erickson and Principal Bosch Gorno and Coy Weeks yesterday. I met with Craig Smith at the college yesterday. Looking at the data, 18% of our kids go to college. Only 18%, and that was 2022 data. He told me we might get 5 or 6 out of pocket. And so we got 82% of our kids are floating around. So what is something that we can do? We were just talking about, you know, you talk about suicide, you talk about depression. When you start to put people on a path, it was brought up in the tribal council meeting, re-entry. Can we start to do certifications in a reentry program? Can we start to link kids in school who may not be sitting well with school into something that they could do, a trade, an apprenticeship, and they could stay at home? And we honestly should all have our own tribal construction teams, our own tribal locals, our own tribal everything. Because people really exploit our tribes, especially with all the money coming, the broadband. And so this is kind of a direction we're going and coming into this fall. We're gonna be hitting the schools, we're gonna be hitting colleges, and we're also gonna be hitting the floaters is what I just hired a tribal engagement specialist, a young girl, Alicia Doney from Hayes Lodgepole. I stole her from OPI, so. But she says, I want to get my friends that passed. That's who I want. I want to call these people. So well, how are you going to do it? Because she was going to go and call the schools. She's going to call the tribal colleges. And I said, out of habit, she goes, God, I'm doing this out of habit, but I want the ones who aren't there, that are hardworking. Like, you know, I think of someone, if you guys know Tough Snow. Tough Snow is one of the hardest working young men ever. He had a rough road, but he's back at it, you know, and he's, so she wants to use Facebook, you know, she just turns, I think she turns 23 on Friday. So I let her mind just go. I'm never gonna hold her back. She goes, I'm just gonna start a group on Facebook. I'm gonna hit everyone up. So what are you doing? Because I see them all drinking. I see them all Snapchatting. I'm just gonna call them and say, hey, we got something for you. So we're gonna start a group like we did in our youth leadership called Rise. We're gonna start a group, and the students or the young adults will come up with the names. But this is where we're going. You know, as a man, you have to provide and protect your family too, you know, and vice versa. But our young men are sometimes the ones who are floating the most. Go to the next. So this is some, and I have some new data on this, but that college and career readiness, you can see kind of where we're sitting in different places. I don't mean to sound like negative, but I worked in our school districts for 13 years with millions of dollars in our pockets. And we brought in the best trainings, the best, everything that you could imagine. Sometimes it was difficult recruiting top level teachers. Sometimes there's a revolving door of administrators. So it was tough. It was tough out there. And this is the reality. This is what I loved about Superintendent Erickson. When I was talking about these numbers, go to the next. Like this here. He knows exactly what I'm saying. It's like we have to start being realistic. You know, we have to start finding new opportunities. And so they're looking at, and we have Jobs for Montana grads. We're doing a program of Jobs for Montana grads because they want to do more outreach to the tribes. So what I told them is I said, let's pull in some tribal youth and some knowledge keepers if needed, and let's indigenize your 37 core competencies. Even translate or code switch to a language that our youth may listen to. But this is a reality here. This is the reality of the state. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna start a stigma campaign that you're not a loser if you don't go to college. Because a lot of our kids honestly feel like that. And they'll go and they might drop out, and then their whole life they're like, man, it's gonna go back to college. Well, you know, here's a job you can make $50 an hour. So it's just the reality is what we're talking about. Not anyone who wants to go to college, go for it. I'm a product of two parents who were educators. It worked for me, but my son makes just as much as me, if not more, and he just went straight to UPS. I'm like, this guy, you know, just turned 30, has a house in Billings, 2 cars, and his whole generation is saying, we can't afford nothing. You know what I'm saying? Well, they got $100,000 college debt, and they're working at Starbucks. It's just weird. So I've had to like relearn my mind on how I've pushed a lot of this. You can go there. And then looking at some of the opportunities in our tribal nations, you know, I was talking, again, I don't know nothing about nothing, but a lot of our employment agencies are usually a federal government program, HSBIA, the courts maybe, and then we got the school district, who's a huge employer. And then, of course, our tribal government, tribal departments. Outside of that, you know, I mean, I look here, you know, Wolf Point's got some solid businesses, but a lot of our communities really don't have different kind of opportunities. So what are we doing to align to these services? You know, the reality of this. Can we do shadowing or apprenticeship programs for tribal leaders, maybe? You know, shadowing programs with tribal leaders. But looking at this whole thing and realizing, are we creating opportunities for our youth that will only send them off the rest? You know, because usually in college, when people get a degree and you talk to any student, there's nothing at home that will pay them for what the degree they got, so it separates. And you know that cultural shock when they leave home. And how can we talk about this more often? And that's where some of this is what I'm learning here. I mean, Craig was talking about, man, we could do a lot of their VOAG, VOTEC programs have diminished and they want to start bringing it back. A lot of schools are looking at creating organic farming and have a big shed where they got power tools and building, they talked about building tiny homes. Could they do programs there? Keith and Barry Bighorn, who's the tribal terror director for Fort Peck, they both said it and they weren't in separate rooms. You know, our seniors only have 2 or 3 classes a day. The afternoon, they're not doing it. I went and sat there and met with those guys yesterday. Their day labor program had probably 25 people out there. And when we were talking to the councils, I asked, why is that? You know, and a lot of it has to do with drug testing. But those guys go out and bust their tail all across the community, and they're working, and they get paid the next day. So like, what are some things that we could do to help support these people? But then I was saying, can our seniors go be part of the day labor program just to start to learn? Our housing, many of our housing folks across in the country are aging out. Can we create apprenticeships to them? And we need plumbers, we need electricians. So all of this stuff, they would have a job in no time. We can go to the next one. Yes.
Yeah, I just have a comment. You know, I think it sounds like you're doing so many good things, and you're right, college isn't for everybody. And for me, it was. For me, I just needed it for my own personal development and whatever. And but my bachelor's degree and my master's degree are in English and poetry. That's what I studied. And so I know people who didn't go to college who are welders and plumbers who make way more money than I do.
Yeah.
And I think that to me, when I think of the most noble thing you can do, it's supporting your family with honest work.
Yeah.
That's the most noble thing you can do. And I think if there's anything anybody can do in our community to make us stronger as Indian people, is to support your family with honest work.
Yeah.
And that might require a college degree, that might not.
Yeah.
And there is a stigma. And I think that, and I used to be a high school English teacher too, and kids lie. When I was in high school, I saw kids lying, because when you ask any high school senior, what are you gonna do? Every single one of them says, I'm gonna go to college. And most of them didn't like school, or school isn't their thing, but they feel pressured to say that because they feel like to be a successful person, you have to go to college. To me, when I think, you know, I think you have an opportunity, and And it sounds like you're doing some really great things in that area of redefining what it means to be successful. Because I think being successful is supporting your family with honest work, whatever that is. If you support your family with honest work, you are so successful. And you're doing something really noble for your whole community by raising your kids and supporting your family with honest work. And, you know, and I think about like the trades. So even if you go into plumbing or welding or carpentry, I think part of that is knowing how to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of skill sets that you can have the skill set, but you have to know how to be a business person. You have to know how to like, how can you get help doing your taxes? How do you like figure out, there's so many things that you have to know. And I think the younger that students get exposed to entrepreneurship, the better off they are. And when I think about so many successful people I know from my reservation, they're entrepreneurs. They didn't look for the, I mean, I've almost always worked for my tribe, you know, among other things, but there's a lot of people who don't want to work for the tribe. They want to work for themselves. They want to be their own boss, but they need that component of entrepreneurship training. And I think the younger people get that, the better. So if you want to be a carpenter, that's great, but you have to know how to get business.
Yeah.
You have to know, like, well, maybe you don't know how to do your taxes, but where do you go for help with that? There's so many resources. And, you know, in this particular commission, we work with a lot of people who are those resources, these amazing resources, but giving that to kids as early as possible so they know that being their own boss and entrepreneurship is a reality for them. And I think a lot of times, because I'm a res girl. I was born on the res, I grew up on the res, I live on the res now, and I intentionally raised my kids there. But a lot of us are gaslighted into believing that if you're on the res, you're like a loser, that you didn't get out. And I think this is my homeland. This is where I'm from. This is where I am of. I'm not gonna let the fact that I'm still alive and I'm still on my homeland, I think that's part of what makes me a success. Is because that part of me that loves my land and is connected to it never died. It never got killed because I'm still there. And so this idea that you have to go away to be successful, I'm like, no, I get so much energy and strength from my land and my people that I intentionally, and I wanted my kids to have that. And so I intentionally raised my kids on the res because I wanted them to have that sense of belonging. That they can, you know, my daughter travels the world, but she has her, you know, the Flathead Res, that's her home. Those are her people. That's where she knows. She has a sense of belonging there because I gave that to them. And so, and I think that's part of that too, is really redefining that you don't have to, going away doesn't make you successful. Supporting your family makes you successful. And I think entrepreneurship, sometimes some people have such a unique skill set. They don't even know that they can create their own thing. And it's like, yeah, you can, and there's resources, there's people that want to help you, that can help you, that can help finance you, that teach you how to do your taxes and market yourself. It's just knowing and believing in yourself.
So we had, when I got on council, actually, it came from my experience at the Boys and Girls Club. Actually, the reason for making the push to establish a workforce development group within the tribe, because we had WIA, we had, you know, JTPA or whatever the acronym is for it now, the college, Carol, but sadly, our Carol director is not really engaged as much as I wish she would be, but to provide trainings specifically for trades or to focus on trades. Because one of the things, and it was someone from the Department of Commerce, I think, that said things that will never go away are truck drivers and I think trades that make buildings, you know, like carpentry and plumbing and electricians and whatever. So it's tough, it's a challenge for us, because even with our housing director, they hire summer youth every year. And so I was showing them videos from, how do you say it, the Autumn tribe? On the Autumn, or whatever. So they have their kids like doing, laying tile and, you know, like actually hands-on, work with their summer crew. So I was showing them, our director said, no, it's a liability. And I thought, mowing lawns is a liability. I mean, when your weeds are 7 feet high, at least go rent homes, you know, whatever, that's a liability. But he's just resistant to it, and I'm just still pushing for that, because anything, and I said it came from the club, because those kids, like 4th to 5th grade, they wanna help. They'll do anything for a popsicle, and I mean, just for a reward, like an incentive, or it's all about self-worth. And that's what it is, it fits into our, even our, because we have nothing set up for, like recovery, or for, you know, the people that go to jail when they're, like for our probation, we don't have any of that, but we could connect like DOJ dollars. I'm still trying to get everything together, but Donnie's really good help. And yeah, it's moving, I will say that.
That's on that. Maybe we can develop that entrepreneur training or something.
Yeah.
I recently watched a fine young gentleman present about Smoke Signals Studios. He would be a great beneficiary.
Exactly.
Entrepreneur training.
Well, no, but even when you talked about the truck, so what we're doing, and I think it's like the tail end of our ARPA dollars, because I've only been on for 2 years, but, so we're buying equipment. We bought a semi, we bought a, low boy, we bought, you know, we're buying this equipment, we're buying a tractor, because there's so much of our land that is just sitting there and nothing's happening with it. But at the same time, it would create jobs for them too. And we work with Miles Community College. They offer a course for, CDL training. We have our own propane company, and it's awesome because their crew is all like straight out of high school. So they're all being productive, and they're helpful, and they're, you know, feeling good about themselves, and it's working.
Well, I mean, I think of like entrepreneur training.
Yeah.
Last summer, my lawnmower broke, and I called everyone I could call, everyone I could find. I live in Polson, everybody was booked.
Yeah.
And I mean, I pay like $60, $75 to mow my lawn, and it's tiny. I'm like, oh, it takes you like 30 minutes to mow my lawn. I don't care. But it's so tiny, and but I was like embarrassing. I'm like, a deer could die in my yard and no one would know. My grass is so long. And I live right in town, I'm like, I don't wanna have all the rest out, how, you know, a house that's like, looks like no one lives there.
A pretty landscape.
Yeah.
I'm so embarrassed.
Well, that's what I said with the life skills training.
If
we were
I-
wanting to offer.
I would have paid some kid $75 to come and mow my lawn. I could not find anyone. The landscapers didn't want to find a job that small. There's 2 Indian guys who have landscaping business. They said, we're booked out. We don't have, I'm like, so finally I had to order a lawnmower on Amazon, have it delivered to my house. And then like, you know, weed whack with it. I mean, you know, it was so hard to find somebody, but just like a kid, if a kid had a lawnmower, they could have their own little business, mowing lawns for people or shoveling snow. And just making them think that way, like, hey, my dad has a lawnmower, maybe I could go mow this lady's lawn next door, and she'll pay me $75 for half an hour's worth of work.
I'll come over. Be there.
But, you know, just this idea that there's all kinds of little businesses that even really young people could start.
Oh, yeah.
And
Cooking's
and,
huge. We have a lot of food vendors that
sewing.
we contract sewing, yeah.
you know, if you need something. So I had I needed some pants hem. And so I'm not a sewer, I can't sew a straight line, so I didn't want my pants to be uneven. So I'm like, I need to pay a real sewer to do this. And the lady that I went to, she said, she's the only seamstress I could find in my area, and she said, I have more business than I can handle. And she said, I wish I could train somebody. She said, being a tailor is a dying art. And if there's someone I can train to like reline a coat, to do like hemming jobs or sewing work, she said, I would be happy to train her. She was some old lady. And she had a whole basement full of projects. And it was just something simple like tailoring work. You need a tailor. It's hard to find someone who knows how to do that. But maybe, again, she said, I would train somebody, but she said, no one's interested in doing this anymore.
That's the instinct, though.
Not even. Not even.
But like, I don't know what you guys, oh.
Yeah, well done, you know, we got those 4 apprenticeship working on Dick Anderson Construction Company, been awarded the contract to build a new facility for the health board. And they have agreed to take on some apprentices.
That's good.
Nice.
That's, I think it's 4 of them. Some of them are tired of waiting, they haven't got jobs anyway. But they'll eventually take over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good move to make those bigger construction companies hire like that.
Yeah.
Is there even, Dick Anderson?
Yeah. We wanna do, because what comes up on apprenticeships is kids will see, oh, it's gonna take me 3 years before I can do this, or 4 years to do this. So I wanna do an educational campaign like we did maybe with Indian education posters. I wanna identify people that are doing this. You know, you bring up, who's the one of us, Wayne King? Sheldon King's one of the greatest entrepreneurs around. And I remember when he was just starting that.
Yeah.
propane company.
We
So,
actually
like,
went to, yeah, we went to a white company to help us like find the tanks and the trucks and all that stuff. We didn't know Eastern Shoshone was doing it. And they were gonna charge us for the ride-alongs to get certified in hands-on training. And then Eastern Shoshone said, come down. So that's what we did, yeah.
But like having, so kind of how we're doing here, you know, this, I shared this before, I think. This came from a dream that I had. Because we're always covering this side, but there's a whole nother side. So like, in the case of apprenticeships, kids may get frustrated and say, I'm 4 years to do that, no. But you could have one side, 4 years to go to college and how much it costs, and then your salaries after. And then have a contrast here, 4 years to become a carpenter. You actually get paid while you're doing it, and then how much after. So kids can see that, even, you know, to a year or 6 months, there's certifications that we can put a compare. And like talking with Keith, he was all for these type of things because, you know, and like I said, I was in education and I'm not saying nothing against that. Kids can still go that route. We're not gonna take anybody's cake, you know what I'm saying? So if we can start to push that, that's where this young lady's gonna come in, and we're gonna do a poster series and highlight our own natives that have started their own entrepreneurship. You might be one of them, you know what I'm saying? Because I love that, you know? And then our fashion design, all this stuff. The other thing is whenever I'm working with our DLI folks, we're gonna do a job expo in Fort Belknap. Have you heard that yet?
From Nancy.
Yep. So they want to do a big job expo on what's around the community. And then I reminded them, I said, if it's gonna be in Belknap, also show our cultural side, where you have bed and breakfast, you have cultural teachings, you have, you know, tourist stuff where people are paying a lot of money to put up teepee lodges and have that highlight, have our fashion designers highlight, our buffalo, you know, all the stuff that's happening. Also include that stuff, so that's kind of like this whole vision here. It's like we gotta just start to show this a little bit better, because there's a lot. And then this, of course, is kind of, you know, and this is in Blackfeet, we that self-actualization thing with Maslow. You know, Maslow went to the Blackfeet when he was developing some of that stuff. But as a Blackfeeter, as an individual, if I do the best I can on myself, my wife does the best she can on herself. We raise our kids to be like that. We become self-actualized and we help each other out. I look at all that all the time because we push that through our youth leadership. You see it in basketball. And bring that up. If I'm working on my basketball game, I'm working on everything. Melissa's working. Delana? Delana? You guys, and Chairman Gray and Jennifer, if you all are working just as much as me on something, then we come together. We can do whatever. So that's kind of this concept here and how we can go out and can affect everyone. You can go to the next one. Is that it?
20 more.
Okay, so this was a long discussion we had yesterday. We've been having more and more. All the tribes are getting broadband funding. And then the BEAD money's coming out. And the tribes have a final say on who comes in. And the Terrell officers have a final say on how many of our people you're gonna train, so when you leave, we're able to handle it. This stuff, I went to a few conferences, but met this man, Matt. He's from a tribe in California. There's such a big list of what these projects are gonna be bringing. And we're having more discussions around youth, or how do we recruit youth? And, you know, my undergrad's computer information system, so I was a nerd. I like to make a local area network and game, like Quake and Doom and these games, and we get buddies together. So what if we started to do that in our school systems or in our communities, to find kids who are interested in this? Gaming, I always said, if you can't beat it, join. Our kids game. They're gonna do it. They can make a career. They can be professionals at it. But what if some are interested in how to build a game, how to build a console? Do they take it apart? But finding our youth out there wouldn't be too hard. Some of them like anime. Some of them are into all these nerd things. But what I find the most is, where do we find the labor and workforce? As this comes, can we start with these things? Maybe reservation to reservation, youth competitions around gaming or whatever, and then move into this idea of creating a digital navigator program that Felix McGowan runs, and through his Amarin program. Digital navigators is something that should have been there when COVID hit, because everybody got a laptop, but nobody knew how to run it at homes in our communities. You get a young person helping their adults try to set up things. And so, like, couldn't we create a Fort Peck Tribal Youth Geek Squad that you train them in the basic skills of software and hardware? Community members, as this comes, you can send them out. If an elder needs something, send them out. And they're doing this down south, and they got their nice little shirts, but they're all native youth doing this. So like that can lead up to, you start with something they like and then move into something like this. And then when the broadband comes, you say, okay, you wanna lay fiber? You wanna run the ISP? You wanna do this? They already have gotten a taste of it. Cause this ain't going anywhere, this stuff. So you can go to this. So I went to this and learned a lot. And mainly that there's a lot of out of reservation or out of tribal world, really interested in the money coming to our tribal nations. And then a lot of them aren't native. They're swimming around like sharks. because there's so much money. So you can go on this one. So this was, at DLI, I can ask for such things like this. I said, hey, what's the upcoming, I don't even know what I call it, but what are the occupations that are coming with broadband? And they have a breakdown of everything. So you look at some of these things that are available. This is just, I got like a 6-page report on this. So which ones could be apprenticeships, which ones are this and that. So like these outsiders coming in, if they're gonna be building fiber forever, for the next 2-3 years, can they provide an apprenticeship program for our youth or young people in college or out of college? So the broadband boot camp we went to is a tribally ran organization. And it's wonderful on the 101 of what this all about with broadband. Here's other parts of that, and I can, she's got me. Maybe pull that picture, my pictures of my family. Somewhere. But this is all the stuff that's available, you know, I mean, and then you think of what that brings, you talk entrepreneurships. You know, I remember when you guys in Belknap had that jerky, that Snuffy Maine ran. I helped with the website, they had the buffalo jerky. I mean, the ideas we were kicking out were just crazy, you know, and so like, once you got high connectivity, once you got all of this in a place that's like a big city, the entrepreneur levels can go way up. Our youth can create their own storefronts, or anyone, an elder woman that does beadwork can create their own storefront if we provide her with the proper training on how to do it. Like you were saying, business, promotion, tax, whatever it may be. Okay, go. So I took Commerce's great support, and we brought out Chairman Gray and Chairman Dolson, came out to witness this broadband training center in California, out in the middle of the desert. We thought we were in Hills Have Eyes. We're trying to, where are we? Little honor ran across. But we went out there, and these guys here, these two, they own a plot of land, and they just nerded out, and they put boxes up, they run wiring underground, and people come there to get trained on how to do all this. So I asked this guy, I said, how big of a spot would you need? And he's like, well, you could start with like a football-sized field and just, you know, put lines up. You can do all these things like that and run people through a training course. And then it expanded even deeper. We met with the Mohawk tribe. There's a gentleman that does all of the Mohawk ISP work. And I said, how did you become you? And he said, well, I went to this training here, this training. So he gave me a list of how he became him, and he's running that in his ISP. He said there's a training center in New York, there's one in Texas, that you could go down there, send people down there, and they come out certified. So why can't our tribes build something like this? You know, and no one's doing this in the state. Why couldn't it be Salish Kootenai on the west? You know? Little Shell tribe, right in the center of Great Falls, where everyone gets trained through us. And then east, maybe these guys or Cheyenne or whoever. You notice I don't say the ones that aren't in it. But that's kind of
respect.
Those are right there, Cheyenne, you too. That table's right there. But no, I mean, anybody can do it because no one is doing this yet.
And I think the one key thing about this is when they showed the map of where the broadband or the fiber optics going, the whole country, right?
you'll see it come right up to a res and it always goes around. They're not wiring reservations at all. It's really a shocking map. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You know, right to them and then they go around every time. Yeah.
Well, we've got some.
Yeah.
Did you guys get the CRCC map?
What's that?
The CRCC map?
Yeah.
No, we had some during April. It's good, it was.
Yeah. And then some of the discussions that we're having, and I think at that June meeting, we brought in Felix McGowan, who runs a lot of these things. I mean, he's from Poplar, he fights for tribes. He's one of my heroes, he's a heck of a ball player, amazing, played for Gonzaga. But he honestly isn't out there to make a bunch of money. He's out there to almost vet some of the programs coming in, so. After some of those discussions, the board chair of Said Enterprises, that's the Blackfeet business owner. They run their own ISP, they finally bought out Three Rivers. And I know each of our tribes usually has a group or a local telco that they gotta go through that really holds the ground. Well, Ted Hall is the board chair. He was asking about, could we bring all of our tribes together strictly on what's coming with broadband? And so I shared with them what we did with Terrell. I said, well, this was a suggestion by Terrell. So we were talking about, can we identify someone from each tribe? Just bring everyone together, that they're talking, they're sharing, oh, these guys were good, these guys weren't. And we could start to talk about, as a tribe in Montana, who's doing what, how can we help each other, and open the lines of communications. Because one of the best things that outsiders coming in like to do is catch people off guard, especially with our tribes. And the fear is that you're gonna have a lot of outside entities putting in broadband, providing all this, building the services, and then not training enough people in the community to keep it going when they leave. Then they can come back around in a year or so and say, oh, you guys need help, well, we'll buy what we laid out for you and buy it for pennies on the dollar, and there we go again. So like, some of that stuff is in discussion, so I'll keep you guys posted on how that goes. This always blows my mind. This is an 80 dorm facility, 80 room facility in Anaconda, and there's another one in Darby, that anyone can go. These are some of the trainings that they provide. And our young people walk out of there certified. I didn't know anything about that. And sometimes whenever I hear Job Corps, it almost had a negative connotation, and it shouldn't, you know. But the other side, I mean, can this body, I'm not even sure, like, create our own tribal Job Corps. You know, can the tribes come, I don't know if we'll go through Rocky Mountain tribal leaders or whatever. I'm chairman.
Kicking Horse was all Indian at one time.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden the numbers went down, and that's where I got certified to be head equipment operator. And then, I don't know why I decided to be in political, but I mean, I could make $60 now, right now, street operator, room pipe laying and stuff like that, but that started all from barely graduating, getting in trouble, and then going to Job Corps at Kicking Horse, be my little brother. And then he was a carpenter and I was a heavy equipment operator, but everything started for us at Kicking Horse. And then we came back home and we started to make money. And again, that was a big thing that, man, it was, when that shut down, I think that was kind of a big thing when Kicking Horse shut down, because it was amazing for us, a good place to go too. But I mean, it'd be nice to get something like that going. I didn't like the Anaconda one and the other ones too well, but when you went to an all-Indian one, it was better because they were coming from Nevada and Navajo, Apache, and everybody was coming to that one. Anaconda, I mean, it's kind of just a little different, I guess, for me, so.
And I've heard that from many tribes.
Yeah.
Bryce, where was the game horse?
You're in Ronan, just south of Ronan a little bit, just right next to the mountain, beautiful.
And I think the building just got really old and they needed something to fix it, because I looked into it, why did that shut down?
Oh, I did it.
Everything's still, I went for a ride there probably about 3 months ago, and it's just like, everything was, it's just dormant now. So it's everything's still, they use the gym now, still.
There's a lot of tribal programs that are out there, yeah, but the answer to that is complicated, and it's very unfortunate that it shut down. But it started dwindling because it wasn't all Indian Job Corps, and then it went to then it was just like a regular Job Corps, and then I think that's gonna kind of on the decline.
Well, Camel was, he was out there, was it
40 years.
Yeah, I think, who was ahead of it when I was there? It was a Camel that was ahead of it. And so that's, yeah, and Shelley was out there, Shelley Client, she was out there when I was there, so. It was a really nice place.
Yeah, I used to work there.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Oh, nice, I love that place.
Yeah, and I don't know if the tribes would maybe come together and build something. I mean, there's a lot coming, you know, so you can go. Thank you. So I went to this work-based learning summit. I met a lot of people. There's a guy out of Whitefish Schools that created a course inside of their school system. And he's actually got a farm that he quit working at Whitefish, and he's offering training like a kicking horse. I told him the situation with a lot of our tribes coming to Anaconda and various things. He was thinking about things, he goes like, what if I went out to a reservation community, we set up shop and I did trainings right there. So, and he's a real fired up guy, I was pretty impressed with him. But these are a few things, of folks that I met, these guys are doing some good things and there's funding there. But really, I think we need more of our tribal folks at the table. And maybe, I don't know where you guys are sitting on that work-based learning stuff, but I would think you guys should have a say in some of those things. But this is what I was saying about the training center, you know, and tribes are here to help you guys, quit trying to act like you're helping us, you know, we have it all. And like you were saying, we're undefeated people. We're on our lands, on indigenous lands. Trying to remember some of that stuff. So this is Jobs for Montana grads. This is where we're talking about how do we change these core competencies to be more related or aligned with our tribal areas. But this is what it trains. I think Fort Peck, almost every school here has it. Poplar needs to get it back. But JMG is a great program. You need a certified teacher to run it. But this is our pathway into the schools and out of the schools. And like Barry Bighorn, Terrell directed here, he said, well, while students are in JMG class, can we be like setting them up for what jobs we have here, like aligning it to what jobs we have here. So if you're interested in any of this stuff, I can get it out to you. Yeah, thanks. So this, we're meeting more and more with our tribal colleges. This job expo is going to be really interesting. It's the first time it's been done on a reservation. But you know, they'll have a tribal college career fair. They've never had like a job expo type fair. So that's what this is. And they've done it in different communities, but we're going to do it in Fort Belknap next spring. That Tribal Tech Association, that's what we're discussing. And how do we get everybody to the table to share the good work that's happening? This is our youth advisory. We're going to be looking at this stuff. And Alicia Doning's running that. And again, I can never thank Sarah Swanson enough for letting me get this. Because you get bogged down with all the other stuff, but when I think workforce, our youth, 16 to 24, we need a direct effort right to them. And so she'll be doing that. This tribal arts and entrepreneurs is a lot of stuff that's coming up. Now that's not just arts, but like what this young man's doing with the fashion design, with music. We got a lot of students that are doing different kind of music that everyone's getting interested in. Yep.
We have monthly updates from our BIA superintendent and our IHS service unit director. But every month they give us a list of vacancies. They show us those vacancies and every month we ask them why, so we can try to find some kind of training or whatever to get our people to fill those positions. But a lot of it has to do with their own HR.
Yeah.
Their system. So I don't know how, maybe as tribes, we can present our concerns as a group or something, because I know there's like technical, well, even Accelerate Montana offers X-ray techs and what are they called when they take your blood? Yeah. Dental techs, things like that, but they're lacking on their part to remedy the situation.
So these are a lot of the stuff I've kind of covered a lot of it. I know that Northern Cheyenne's doing a lot around renewable energy. Yep.
There's a tribe out of North Dakota that need huge solar grant, solar panels. They have a meeting coming weekend. I believe all the tribes in Montana are all, I don't know if there's scrutiny or not, but to me, it goes back to the old Minnesota water project where we got those tribes got water rights in the Missouri River. Those are the tribes that are going to benefit out of the solar energy program. For sure, Fort Belknap's. That meeting was being held the same time as a powwow over this far.
What luck.
Yeah. Hey, whole Indian trick.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, any questions on some of that? So we're kind of starting this up now. I've pretty much covered a lot of that. That's it. There's my contact information. But I think on the side of a lot of the work is I've never had such support in a state agency or any agency I've been a part of to really bring in the tribal voice. So if you guys were not doing something right, hit us up, hit me up, and we'll do our best to figure it out. Or if you have ideas that we can support, this is one of my favorite quotes ever. One of the elders here was talking about as indigenous people with other Americans, we can coexist together. We can come together and we can teach them a lot more than they think, and it's about that time. So I always like that quote. But that's what I got. Any questions?
Yourself a water line today.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good job, Don.
Yep, thank you guys.
All right, looks like it's time to adjourn. Okay, election of officers. You wanna take that?
So this is the time, your yearly time of electing your officers. So you need a chair and a vice chair. How does it work?
Yeah, how does it work?
So you gotta make a motion, gotta be seconded, gotta be 2/3 vote for who you want for chair, vice chair. And, yeah.
Which one first?
Whichever one you want.
I'll make a motion, to retain the two officers on the web. If they accept.
That was easy.
Okay, hang on, I didn't see. That was fast.
Well, if you have to counter that, you separate. Another motion.
That's be separate.
Who's the word?
Let's do it separate. Just to keep it clean. It's up to vice chair or chair. Chair.
Okay, I'll just make a motion for Jennifer Finley to be vice chair of the state commission.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'll make the next motion to retain the chairman we have now as chairman of the state commission.
Second, that Bryce.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
I was kind of waiting to see if Mark, oh, looks like Mark's gonna vote.
He said no.
Using Indian time.
HB 19.
Yeah, it's on.
CJ. HB 19.
I gotta run.
You're done?
One of those construction people in a water line in Fraser, so all our neighbors have no water.
Okay.
So I'll-
We'll take 5 minutes because Marilyn didn't give us any breaks. DJ, you're up.
Oh, my.
You took care of it.
All right, good afternoon, commission. Just have a quick update to provide you guys with. I'm gonna be really brief. I know Rochelle, she's chomping at the bit. She's got some really good updates to provide you guys. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and get into these updates. That was very quick. Yeah, just some recent and upcoming events I wanted to highlight. I'm glad Melissa's here, the broadband facility groundbreaking that occurred back on May 22nd. I was able to attend this and you can see the pictures here, all the council was there doing the groundbreaking. And yeah, they got some exciting things coming with broadband. Correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa, but you guys formed is it NCCC or what?
Northern Cheyenne
Communications Corporation.
Corporation, yeah.
Yeah, so
NCCC, yeah.
NCCC, yeah, so just wanted to touch on that, so. And then as Donnie touched on this with the broadband boot camp, I know Chair Gray, Ryan Atkins and himself, they were able to go down to Southern California to attend this. And Donnie and I, we have a standing meeting weekly just to touch base about things going on, especially like with broadband. And so that's something we're continuing to discuss and really want to get you guys' feedback as well as far as direction, as far as like workforce development for broadband. I think Donnie kind of touched on it with some of the initiatives he's been thinking of forming like a certification pathway. But yeah, we're still exploring this. There's more boot camps to come, and you know, there's always the option of, as we did before with Commerce sponsoring a delegation of tribal leaders to go and attend this. So well worth it. Yeah, so definitely going to keep that topic rolling on. We don't want to put it on the back burner. So the 15th annual Native Econ Conference was in Billings, August 6th through 8th. Our whole OIS team was present at this, and just a really good event with networking and speakers and things like this. So September 17th through 18th is our Reimagining Rural Roadshow. It'll be in Miles City. I plan on attending this. From what I understand, it'll be my first time going, but there'll be just more networking and vendors, businesses, and things like that to connect with. So. Also, the 26th Annual American Indigenous Tourism Conference is put on by IANTA. Luke Robinson and myself attended this last year. I have plans myself to attend this again this year, coming up October 28th through 31st. Really good conference. If any of you are interested in going, I highly recommend it. They run conferences really well. IANTA, they do a good job. So looking forward to that. It's in Louisiana this year. So.
Is that like a matchmaking thing here, or is it just the straight?
This event here, it's focused on tourism, but yeah, they have like breakout sessions and speakers, and it's just a really really good event. I mean, we came away with just mind blown of like all the possibilities like with travel tourism and last year when we went. So October 28th through 31st, that's coming up. It's in Marksville, Louisiana. So yeah, I wanted to touch on this. This pertains to Northern Cheyenne. So it was a $47.5 million economic development award from Department of Energy was awarded to the 3 counties, Rosebud County, Custer County, Fallon County, and then Northern Cheyenne Tribe. So this project is for the transmission line, the North Plains Connector transmission line. As you can see on the map, runs from Colstrip and then goes into North Dakota. But this award will be split across those counties and Northern Cheyenne Tribe, with Northern Cheyenne receiving 10% of the award, so around 4.7 million. And so the projects that can be used for eligible uses are it's like infrastructure with roads, sewer, water, emergency services like ambulances and fire halls. So it's just wanted to touch on that. It was recently announced that this award will be coming down from the Department of Energy. Our FY25, the Tribal Business Development Grant out of our office is coming up. The application cycle, September 16th through December 20th is the application dates. We have a plan to review the applications by January 17th, 2025. Then the next step will be award recommendations forwarded to the director's office in late January. Then the award letters from the governor's office expected in February. More information about this can be found at commerce.mt.gov, and we'll be sending out communication about the application once it hits the start date. And lastly, I just want to touch on House Bill 19. Just wanted to give you guys an update. So the nature of House Bill 19, just as a reminder, is to develop a system for gathering data, allowing the department to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of our tribes. And so our staff has been actively working with the Research and Information Services Bureau within Commerce in order to develop a dashboard model that reflects these economic contributions. And so just to update you, we had an internal meeting on July 11th to explore this dashboard model and to identify opportunities, ways we could improve it and fine tune it, just so that it's user-friendly and easy to understand. So OIS and the RIS department, we're gonna have one more meeting September 3rd next week in order to finalize the dashboard model that we arrived at, and to prepare it for September 6th, which is the State Tribal Relations Committee's next quarterly meeting. So statutorily, we have been tasked with, building out this dashboard model and then presenting it.
I know they wanted more money to to, I guess, there is more get out of the report. What happened?
For this report?
Yeah, University of Montana.
Oh, yeah, so that was, my understanding, a separate thing. This is, we're working more in-house in order to create this model for House Bill 19, but,
What the Federal Reserve task force that they're doing also quite similar to this.
Very similar. They're doing a survey, yeah.
yeah.
Two, they're on their second.
What is it?
They're on their second survey, Native Nations.
Indian Development Office, Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis.
Yeah. With
Sabrina,
Yeah,
Fort
Center
Belknap
for
is interested in
Indian
that.
Country
Yeah.
Development.
Yeah, so yeah, they even on their website, I know, have something similar, like a model of showing maps and contributions by region.
Okay, so Chairman, I have a question. So where is the data collected from? Tribes themselves?
So to start out, what we're doing is just using internal data from our OIS programs, grants and awards that have been distributed over the past years, just to show
Okay.
the economic impact. But the potential for this model, this is just a starting point, essentially. Our aim is to expand this out over time on an ongoing basis to have a model that reflects not only like internal data from OIS, but also external data, specific data that the tribes would have that we could contribute to this model and expand it out, if that makes sense. So this is an ever evolving project, but I just kind of wanted to report to you guys kind of where we stand with the beginnings of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have a meeting, like I said, September 6th to update, just like I'm updating you now, to update the State Tribal Relations
Sorry, I
Committee.
have one more question.
That's,
Sorry.
that's one of the things I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Can we see the report
Yeah.
before you give it to the State
Right.
Tribal Relations Committee?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So see if everything is in order as far as my reservations concerned.
Sure, yeah. So yeah, the December 1st is actually the deadline when we have to officially have this update to State Tribal Relations Committee. We're a little bit early in providing our update, but I don't foresee a problem in us being able to provide you guys too with, viewership into that model.
I think
Oh,
we should be.
Yeah, it's our
I
data.
definitely, I'm sorry, I definitely feel that way too. I think if your tribal governments are having you share data with strict as a
Right.
final product without passing it through the tribes to vet and review.
Right.
If they have any comments to it prior to its
Right.
being shared. Even though it's not their internal data, it's still tribal related data. We want to make sure that there's no misrepresentations or any kind of issues with it. And how will that protocol be? Does the tribe have to request that from you? Will you reach out to us and just share what it is? How would that happen as far as that protocol?
Got you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's like you had mentioned, it's internal data right now, the current model, but we're going to be building it out to include more data. But
I may help just a little bit. So just to make sure that this is being described correctly, the report that you were talking about was the decennial report, the 10-year report. And in this bill, they modified that to do a biennial report, not a 10-year report, because it was taking too much time for the data to get collected. And it would start to get out of date by the time it was published. But additionally, they want a system of gathering all sources of funding sources for Indian country that will do an ongoing quantification of the economic benefit of all the tribes to the state's economy. That's a massive database, and we don't have enough money to build what they're asking us to build, and we do not have enough money to hire a quantitative economist who is going to have to assist us in identifying those data sources, scrub them of noise, make sure that they are clean, make sure that there is no proprietary or confidential information being put into it. So what we have done so far is just start to create a mock-up. It's just a demo. And that demo is it's based off of our existing website, the Director's Database. All contracts that the Department of Commerce has with any tribal nation automatically is currently on our Department of Commerce website as a data point that you can touch, and it'll show the general stuff of the contract that's already available right now. What we're doing is we're taking that data and putting it into a more dynamic mock-up model for which we're responsible to report to the district and say, with what funding we have and how we're trying to interpret this bill, this is the mock-up that we've created. Are we on the right track for what you were thinking this was going to achieve? It's not real hard, it's nothing out there that isn't already on our current website, the Director's Database. And there is no report that goes with that either. None of that's been done. You have to hire the quantitative economists to help us identify those sources and to do the types of high-level calculations in order to come up with a quantitative financial benefit to the state.
So it's just state stuff on there right now? then?
Right now, there's
Is that-
there's nothing public right now, other than, so we've got.
No, like state grants that the tribes receive, any kind of state money, right?
That would be one of the data sources.
What about federal?
Yeah.
That would be the data
But
sources.
no one's
And how-
contacted the
but
tribe.
how do you
Because
access that?
yeah, that's what we need, that's what I'm saying, is that this is a multi-step, gigantic process. And without getting proper guidance from, first of all, the drafters of this bill, we need them to give us clarification as to what they were hoping to achieve with this bill and show them our mock-up. And again, it's just like a toy, it's like a model.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But why?
I have one more comment. So like, if we were to do the same for the state, all your divisions of, whatever,
Yeah.
we would have to have your input to let us know what exactly we would be collecting and why would we be punching those numbers. It's got to go the same way here.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So as long as Strict understands that, and they should, but, yeah. I know we're trying to meet a requirement, but, yeah, I just really feel like you probably need to do a little bit of this with each tribal government to let them know, we could go back and share, but, we really might need to be sending some information out about the logistics of specifically what this is.
And we do not want this to fall short either, because I'm afraid if we were just tapping into certain things, we have way more that contributions.
Yeah, absolutely. We want you to know,
We spend most of our money off of the reservation.
We want you to know, we understand all of that, we understand this is fantastically big.
Mayor?
Sorry.
I just wanted to let you know, Deputy Director Manny Rambo wrote in the chat, anyone who likes to join the State Tribal Relations Insurance Committee, it is scheduled for next week, September 6th. And you can register to watch it online, and I can email you the link, at 9:10 is when the Commerce is currently scheduled to present.
The meeting is called to order at 9 a.m., but we're on the agenda at 9:10. And happy to email out the link that I put in the chat if needed as well. But just wanted to make sure that everybody had it.
Any further questions? Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Thanks, TJ. Okay. Michelle.
afternoon, STEP Commission, Chair Gray, Vice Chair Finley, Rochelle Brown, Department of Commerce, Tribal Tourism Officer. And I have a number of updates for you that I hope can be done concisely so that you can all get onto the road and continue on all the many things you have going on. Just a quick shout out to Little Shell Tribe. Last Saturday, they did the ribbon cutting and grand opening of their arbor on Hill 57. And it was just a fantastic experience to be up there. An example of tribal merchandise, which appeals to those tourists that are out there coming to these events. These are some ideas for some product and merchandise and swag that the tribes can continue to build out. I have the pleasure of having a couple of mugs, you know, from some of the meetings that I've gone to, but I know that non-native and resident tourists would love to be able to come and purchase and support local. That was a common theme as we ran our vendor booth at the event. And we handed out these bags in order to promote Native American Made in Montana and the Made in Montana brand, so that they could go to all the vendors and fill up those bags with their purchases. And also all the wonderful things that the community provides for outreach. So thank you, Marilyn, for putting our meeting together here and for organizing all of us. I appreciate you and as a coworker. If you wouldn't mind, we'll go to the next slide. I have a co-presenter on this portion of my presentation. His name is Sean Tippin, and he is from our agency of record, Windfall, out of Missoula, who is responsible for two components of the marketing for Department of Commerce. And I'm gonna go ahead and let Sean speak to you and introduce himself. And this will lead into our conversation about the Indian country production, the SOWs that I have. And I'll do some things to refresh your memory on previous presentations I've given to you about these two large projects and where I really will appreciate any consultation, recommendations, and approval or alterations to this plan based on all of your feedback. Sean Tippin, are you there?
I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. Chair Gray and commissioners, thanks for having me. And thanks, Rochelle, for the invitation to this meeting. It's really a great opportunity to be able to listen in here for the last couple hours and speak with all of you. So thank you. Like Rochelle said, I am the creative producer at Windfall Inc. It's the agency of record for the Montana Department of Commerce for creative and web. So we are working closely with Rochelle and a number of the other departments and bureaus to produce video and photo work. And specifically what we're talking about today and what Rochelle wants to get some opinions on is production with Indian country, partnership rather, that we're going to reproduce and make videos for the website, for Indian country website, for everybody and anybody who wants to participate. So that hopefully would be all of the reservations and be able to just kind of refresh and introduce the tribes. So we're going to be heading up that project, and Rochelle's got some more details about how exactly we'd like that to unfold. But mainly today, what I'm here for is just to listen and to get any opinions, and hopefully if anybody has questions, I'll be able to answer them about how this can come together and how this video project, as massive as it is, can really become successful and what we can do to work together in the best way. So I come from a background of video production. I worked at the film office at the Montana Department of Commerce for 3 years. So I'm familiar with some of the goings on there, and I do have admittedly limited experience with working with Indian country on productions. Although for some of our pilot community programs through the state, we just completed a scout in Blackfeet Nation this last week and had some great conversations to get that project kicked off. And I think that it's going to be a really positive experience for everybody. So I think Rochelle has some more info and slides here, and I can get done yapping and let her take it away.
Thanks, Sean. So Marilyn, if you'd be so kind, just to refresh your memories, this is the Visit MT website. These are the current videos that are on the Indian country tabs. we're just gonna play 30 seconds or so, just to refresh your memory. These were done a number of years ago. So, these videos, you know, they're 12 years plus old now. And they're a great educational tool, they're a great kind of intro, but we're ready to take it to 2.0. We're ready to take it to the next level and actually start to feature small business operators, events, cameo interviews with elders, maybe have the Historic Preservation Office help to work with us to develop the outline and what and who need to be these individuals that are going to help develop these productions. So what I have here are a few prompts, and this is again where Sean is listening and taking notes, because while Windfall is our agency of record, they're responsible for being the project managers and hiring the subcontractors that do the videography and the photography. I'm here requesting any of your contacts and recommendations for people that you know from your communities that are photographers, that are videographers, that you think need to be in the pool of consideration for these pretty large scopes of work that we have. The video assets will eventually replace those videos in 2026 on the rebrand of the Visit MT website and a whole new launch, a whole new ad campaign, as well as updated photography and content and scripting in our guidebook, this old guidebook. A bit hearing again from what I've been listening and absorbing the last 2 years. My understanding is that our tribal communities would really appreciate it if we started to lead with Indigenous language and Indigenous identification first and put colonized name either second or not at all. So those will be conversations about what is the terminology that we're using? What is the representation? Who are we highlighting? Maybe going through, and that business isn't around anymore. But we've got 4 more that really should be in there. So anyhow, so just kind of starting this conversation, we're 2 years before the final product. And it's always better to have these conversations at the beginning than later, middle or end. So on here, again, we've got the kind of place setting for these videos, okay? So like I said, we're hoping to receive anything off the top of your head, or later you can follow up with recommendations for who we should have in the pool for consideration to be hired to produce these videos. Who we should have in pool of consideration to take on the photography role. This could also include an idea of dividing it into 2 or 3 individuals, because the state is so large. And the ideal time to capture content for seasonal visitation, it's very difficult to be in 2 places or 3 places at once. When you've got 3 events happening, you've got a rodeo going on over here, you got a powwow that's going on over there. How does that one videographer and one photographer be in 2 or 3 places at once? It may not be possible. So any ideas that you have for how we can spread these opportunities?
How come we can't provide photography? Photos?
You could have, that's, keep going, tell me more about
Yeah,
that.
I mean, we
From
have
our own.
Yeah, exactly.
From our own. So like I have a nephew that also has his master's degree in film and TV. I mean.
That's what,
there's people-
so that's what we're asking.
there's
We're
people
asking for
that
those names. We're asking for those people.
personally, or I
We
could
just
try.
took a ton of photos at our powwow we could provide.
Yeah, I have, Chairman, I have a recommendation. Randy Perez, he's a local photographer that posts all of his pictures available on Facebook, but you have to ask his permission. He takes wonderful photographs of every event on the reservation. And then also Louise Stoney, she actually is one of my staffers, and she does a lot of graphic work, like on a side, small business herself. So I would recommend that to put down that, you know, at least on my part. And then that kid over there is pretty good.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, so did I hear someone say his name for the
Scott.
record?
Scott,
Smoker?
yep, Scott Smoker.
Smoke
Smoker.
Signals Studios. Any others, please?
Yeah, the person who comes to my mind is David Spear. He is a non-Indian, but he's worked at our tribal high school for over 20 years. And so he does have a very well-organized, massive collection of reservation photos taken by tribal students.
Okay.
And he also used to work for New York Times Magazine. Also, I mean, he's a renowned photographer with his own studio in his own right, but he works with young photographers, and he's had their work shown in New York City, in Mexico, New Mexico. And so he's given them an international platform as well as a national platform, that he would have access. He trains young photographers.
Thank you. And just, you know, I may not be taking notes because I know this is recording it for me. So, and again, any other recommendations, ideas, folks you've worked with in the past that you think had a good working relationship in your communities?
Do you have a list of what you need for this?
I believe that those, like we talked about with Scott, where the production company says what their kind of the requirements are in order to be qualified for it.
What we're sharing, that's, I mean, yeah, so we can get a list and.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go back and ask Sean. That's a question for Sean, who is a project manager over a production of this nature. Sean, a question, did you hear that about a list of, equipment, qualifications, that kind of stuff?
Yes, so I think that what we'd like to do is just start with it by casting a wide net and talking to everybody and trying to vet anyone who everybody thinks should be recommended for this role. And that goes for videography and still photography. There's two separate budgets that cover both of those things. And we all know that videography and photography are pretty different creatively. So we'd like to kind of vet both of those individually and find out just who is right for the job based on the creative and the location specifically. Like Rochelle was saying, Montana is a huge place, and we'd like to find, you know, kind of the best fit for everybody depending on the exact location and events. So yes, and Chair Gray, I want to take the opportunity to address your comment there. This is a really unique and great opportunity where Indian Country is providing budget for us to be able to kind of liaise and help create these projects and use local and native tribal members to shoot these photos and to shoot this video, and to just use our expertise to kind of creatively make that work with what the mission of commerce is trying to do, but also working hand in hand with each tribe and area to kind of find the best way to do it, and, you know, maybe elect somebody from each place to kind of represent the creative. And, you know, that's in addition to actually finding the people to make this stuff as well. So we have a lot of good budget. We have a lot of great ideas. And I think that Rochelle's really been awesome to champion this thing in this project to make a lot more video and photo and be able to share that with all of you. That's the cool thing about this project at the end, is that everybody gets to have access to these items, this photography, the videos, all of the raw assets. So I think it's a really great opportunity for everybody.
What's the timeline?
Yes, the timeline is, once we have this consultation and any follow-up that we need to have before the next STED meeting for your guidance and recommendations, the second part of this is developing working groups for each of the tribes. And that could, again, I'm just trying to make my best guess at who needs to be at the table. It may be a STED commissioner, it may be the members of the tribal council, the planning department, the historic preservation officers, that's the next part of this conversation. Who needs to be making the decisions for each
So
tribe?
what's the product, when you're looking for a finished product?
Finished product is going to have a very similar final finish, but every story is unique, to tell a unique story for each tribe.
When's that gonna be printed?
So the hope is to have this ready to go to print in the summer of 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, summer of 2026. In terms of the production, so we have a conversation, we keep getting the guidance from you. Then I start the working groups, and with your recommendations, who do you think would be the best people within your communities or your leadership to be the ones to inform how the story is told for each of your nations? And again, this is about the lens of inviting non-natives to come and visit. This is a tourism lens. It's not education and it's not health. This is about business development in the tourism industry specifically for your culture. But it's also not about, we want to control that message. When we set the right tone for the message, we prepare the visitor to come with the right behavior and the right respect. So there's a lot that can be achieved if we thread this needle just right. And some nations would prefer not to have a lot of outsiders coming right into the reservation and doing whatever they want. So we really want to control the visitation and direct it to very specified locations, times of year, certain businesses, the education about getting permits for photography or going into certain areas to recreate. All of that stuff has to be included in this book to guide people and mention spliced into the scripting and the music and all the stuff that goes into the final products for the video as well. And like Sean was mentioning, a prerequisite of this project was that at the end, every nation will get all of these raw materials. You'll get all of your video assets, your B-roll, and your photography assets, so that you can utilize those materials to make your own guidebook if you want to, or put them on your website, or however you feel it's best for them, or in your archive.
Chairman Gray, I have a question. Thank you, Rochelle. So how many photographers and how many video charters do we need to fulfill each of the scope of works 1 and 2? What will that be?
I think it's yet to be determined. Minimum 1, right? Maximum, probably not more than 3.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, if you take the state, you divide it into 3 chunks, however you do that, whether it's the high line and then, the other corners, or you do 3 slices across the middle.
Sure, okay, that's just a good idea, give us a sense of
recommendations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had is there like a template that you'll use for each tribe? Like so many pictures per tribe, or?
I don't know I think we'll do with what the budget will let us do. Okay. And if we need more.
Submit whatever.
Yeah, and if we need more, then I'll.
Prioritize, yeah.
Mm-hmm. If we need more, I'll go and advocate for more funding to get more if needed, or if it is the purchasing and licensing of existing assets amongst those that you already have access to, which also is a time-saving thing for us too, makes it very efficient.
Another question, how much do the photographers and videographers get paid?
So that's a part I'm not exactly sure.
Negotiable depending on the rates, is that something?
It's negotiable. Yeah, it's negotiable. And so we have a set amount of budget that is allocated for the actual making of all this stuff. And that just comes down to negotiating with each photographer and or production company, like Scott's company, for example, to see what their normal rates would be. So we don't have a set amount that is going to each person or maker. It's just dependent on what they usually would charge for something like this. And then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So on the second, please, yes.
I like that sentence there. Tribe should be consulted and included. And to me, that means the government relationship, and consultation should be with tribal leaders. That's my thought, how consultation should work. And it would be up to the tribal leaders to make that decision, who is going to speak on their behalf.
If I may, Commissioner, so what I have tentatively planned in my mind is taking this feedback from all of you, then making an appointment to be on the agenda to present to each tribal council. That would happen between mid-October through November, hopefully in time for the next Fed meeting, so I can report back to you and say who's been identified. And for each of the tribes to be working on this project, these little working groups. And then what I have is a tentative plan of a minimum of 4 meetings per tribe at 2 hours a meeting, minimum. So that's 8 hours in pre-production planning, overview, identifying what can be photographed, identifying who needs to have interviews, who should be doing scripting, who should be potentially providing music, those kinds of things. And so, and they are 8 separate projects, all under these 2 big projects, but it's really 16 projects. And then a minimum of 8 hours per tribe. And if that sounds like it's, and again, it's, I don't know it until I started, right? But if it feels that I'm on the right track, I am requesting something formal in the form of a motion to either say we're supporting this direction and that we expect, you know, an update at such and such a time. However you feel that might be the best way for us to formalize and have that on the record.
Chairman Gray, we need that report, so, when you say Melissa, we need to have at least 6. Mark Blaisdell said.
Shoot this right outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Robert, you move forward?
Yes.
I thought, once you conveyed the meeting, the form stays.
Yeah, that's what I
I
thought.
don't think that's true. Do either of you know? Sorry. So we have 6 is the quorum for my, for our commission. Okay. And if we lose 6, if we go to 5, then we may.
Well, let's discuss this.
We've got 6 now.
Heather used to be our parliamentarian.
That's right.
Okay. We have 6. Someone want to make a motion to, how do you state that again? Continue
Am
down
I
this?
allowed to provide
You
it?
can provide it.
Okay, good, okay, so I need to get up on my Robert's rules too. What I am requesting is a motion that confirms that at this point, you're comfortable with what we're trying to achieve.
Production discussion?
Yeah, we're in support of the production discussion and the establishment of 8 working groups and looking to secure indigenous producers for the videography, photography.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Northern Cheyenne. Seconded by Crowe. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you
So now it's on the
very much.
record to do this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
then,
moving
thank
on.
you so much, Sean,
We're
for
over time.
joining us.
Thank you.
So the rest of this, I hope that I'll be able to get through quickly, because I know that this ran long today. Tourism conference, I am making a recommendation that the state commission consider or select someone from your tribe who may want to attend this conference that will be it's an International Indigenous Tourism Conference in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, in mid to late February. The funding for this comes from the 0.5% stead tax, a fed tax that funds the tribal tourism. The approximate cost for me to cover all of your hotel registration, airline, reimbursement for mileage and meals, per diem mileage and meals, would be approximately, I can go to the next slide, thank you, would be approximately $40,000 for all 11 STED commissioners, or who you would designate if you want your tribal historic preservation officer to go instead, or your tribal chairman to go, or president to go instead. So this is up for your consideration. There's also the option of adding a sponsorship and have some kind of, whether it's your tribal seals at the conference, that's another option. I'm not so worried about us making that decision right now. We can talk about that in November. But the primary question is, if you think that this would be something that you or someone from your tribe would like to attend, and we would go as a big group to this conference. And the reason I'm choosing this conference over IANTA is I am just seeing that our tribal cultures of Montana are so much more aligned with our neighbors to the north in Canada. They have the same kind of territory, they deal with the same seasonality, you have familial ties and historic ties. And while IANTA is fantastic, where they have such different things, you know, the southern tribes and Hawaii, they just have different assets than we do. And I feel like this is where we can really capitalize on international tourism, bringing in more of the Germans and the French and the European market, but also, again, encouraging domestic travel around the border and maximizing what we can potentially build out in connections with our tribes to the north. So I'm just requesting whether or not this is something that the State Commission supports. And if you wish to make a motion for me to go forward, and in short order, I'd like to know who would like to go, because there's an early bird registration and I want to get the best prices I can for all of us.
Richard has a question.
Would that $25,000 be
In addition.
in addition? How much do we get that 2%?
Oh, so we're gonna have a conversation about that. You wanna know how much the Fed tax, how that's doing, that 0.5%? Because that's a part of this conversation as well. Approximately my budget from 0.5% comes in at around 180 to 190 a year. That's not all the money that's collected though. That's only the money I have the authority to spend. So what happens is the amount that comes in that I don't have the authority to spend goes into an account and just keeps accumulating and keeps accumulating with interest. Right now, that account is at $546,000 and some change. And that's on top of what I already put out in $122,000 a year in the tribal tourism grant, any printings of this, any support for governor's conference, and travel to like STED meetings and things like that. So that comes out of the 190. And like this last summer, I took some of those funds and put them out in the event grants or the event sponsorships that went to the tribe that chose to take those. So anyway, we have some ideas for how to spend this remaining $546,000. And so you're ahead of me, but I'm gonna go ahead and go for it, okay? One idea is the 40,000 from that to cover this conference, and the remaining 500,000 divided by 8, which would be 62,500 per tribe, and issue that money directly to your historic preservation offices to use for your own tourism projects or whatever you feel it's appropriate to deal, you know, to use it for. And so we'll get to that in this, but this is just something for you to consider. So we'll come back to it, okay, on motions on these, and you guys can decide. I'm not gonna have you say, yeah, we want to spend 40,000, and then you're like, wait a minute, if you're gonna do that, we don't want to spend that 40, we want to put it here. So let's go through the rest of it, and you guys can decide how you might want to spend down this money. So the next thing is, like I said, this at 0.5%. This is already obligated, you know, it's separate from that $500,000. This is just our normal tribal tourism grant. It's right now 122,000 available, $50,000 maximum per project, 50% match requirement. Of that 50%, half of that needs to be cash. So if we go for the 50,000, we're expecting that 12,500 from the tribe is cash, and the rest can be in-kind equipment, other kinds of match. So that's opening October 1st and closes November 30th. We hope to have contracts in the spring, ready to go in the spring for that. This is the Indian Equity Fund. We'll come back to this because that's a longer discussion. We'll jump ahead to keep this conversation going around this fund balance. This last summer, I did a hybrid of funding sources to get 8,000 out to each nation that chose to accept these sponsorship agreements, which allowed us to go and be vendors in consideration for these funds. The question is, one, did this work, and did those that chose to do it, was this useful for your communities to the point that you would like me to find a way to repeat it and do it again? And secondly, would the state commission be willing to extend this opportunity, maybe not at that dollar amount, but to tribal nonprofits like International Traditional Games Society? Again, they need to be community tourism-based activities, but to other nonprofits within your community that serve tourism, that aren't doing it to turn a profit, they're doing it to promote the culture and visitation, an activity that benefits everyone. That could be sporting tournaments, that could be concerts, anything that they have to be a nonprofit, but in a tribal nonprofit. Yes, go ahead.
Like our powwow committee, they're not nonprofit. They're not established by themselves.
Right. Well, your powwow committee falls under a government $8,000 sponsorship like we did this last summer. I'm just saying, if I have additional reserve money, would the state commission support me, not only giving this money out to private governments to use as they need to for the community events, but then also nonprofits being eligible to maybe get some funding as well?
We don't really have anything set up to monitor our nonprofits, so I would say it's kind of risky for us to leave that open. We're not opposed to having nonprofits, but it seems that
that makes sense.
I would say from Northern Cheyenne, I would say it would be best if it was something like with our districts, because we have 5 districts, there's like one event in each district, one big event in each district that we allocate money annually to.
Yes.
Just from the tribe, so.
Right, so the way that this 8,000, you can use it for any event, you can put it towards one event, you can split it across your community events, so that worked out. Okay, so at this point, the way this operated is still good, and we might be able to pass a motion to support a continuation of this pending we have funding that still is available to do it.
Is that good with everyone else? I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion, Northern Cheyenne, with the second, Rocky Board. So, any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Fine. Pass.
So the second part of it is the nonprofit element.
So wait a minute, you guys were under this too, when you came out?
Say again?
You two were under this when you came out, like for our powwow?
Yes.
But I like to see that both days. People like to see you guys.
Yes, we were supposed to be at Rocky Point, and we had a family emergency that prevented that from happening, but that was the plan to be done.
It rained again.
It rained again? Yeah, well, right. And I think all the events that I was at this summer, there was some level of extreme condition, whether it was extreme heat or wind or the storms.
Well, like a nonprofit 501c3. They're not registered with the tribe.
They're not registered with the tribe.
Some,
Okay, so maybe there still needs to be more base established for that.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, I'm just relaying back what I'm hearing. I can also say the Office of Tourism does do event grants that nonprofits are eligible for. They just have far more restrictions on what that money can be spent on. And what we really loved about the sponsorship is it wasn't a grant, so you didn't have to go through a grant application review cycle. We needed to get the money out right away, because the expenses are coming up. When you're a powwow committee, chair, you've got things, you gotta get your sanitation, you gotta get your sound people, you've gotta get your security, you gotta do repairs on your arbor. So that's where we wanted to get these funds out to be deployed right away. So at this point, we'll just table the discussion for nonprofit access to any funding from
Yeah,
these
for
sources.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep going. So I think what we'll do, Marilyn, if you don't mind, we'll just go back to, I think it is maybe 6 or 7. There we go. Okay, so I will be opening, these are just an overview of my draft guidelines. They're in final legal review, which I'm expecting to have the final red line version this week. And then everything will start getting in place for launching October 15th. I'm doing the Indian Equity Fund, Tribal Tourism, Little Sister Grant. And so this is modeled after Luke's program, Indian Equity Fund, but it is the Little Sister Tribal Tourism Grant. And this is designed with a smaller budget, up to $10,000 per award, 3 awards per tribe, 24 awards per cycle. This money is coming out of SB 540. So you may recall from one of my previous presentations when I showed my draft budgets for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. I had this on that list for my goal for 2025 was to do a Little Sister Tribal Tourism Grant Program. We need more small businesses going out to Indian country, especially during the powwows. Many of the vendors are coming from the southern tribes. We're not seeing enough of our own tribal citizens with their small businesses and their booths. So in addition to trying to build out more of an economy, so when visitors come, they come and they stay longer and they spend more money. That's what we're hoping for. So in order to capture those individuals and have them be patrons of Indian country, those that apply for this grant will choose one of 5 categories for their business. They'll either be a Native American, Native Montana member, and you'll see the logo on the bags that I handed out. That's that program. It's a free program. It comes with branding. All of these tracks will come with wraparound technical assistance, support, mentorship, taking some of these previous Indian Equity Fund recipients, like the Mercantile, and having small groups with our awardees about how you operate a little small business like that, where you're doing food service or retail. It could be mobile, it could be brick and mortar. So we don't want to just give them the money and say good luck. We need to provide additional support and resources, partnerships, mentorships. So we've got vendors with the Native American, Native Montana. We've got hosting and accommodation and experiences. These are typically your Airbnb vacation rentals, your tours, your interpretive hikes, interpretive storytelling, night skies, those kinds of experiences. Licensed outfitting and guiding for fly fishing and hunting. Or it doesn't have to be fly fishing, it could be even, going out for a peck and trying to get the stuff that's way down, deep down below, the big fish. Then we got licensed food and beverage or little mini pop-up mini grocery. And then these would be food trucks or little restaurants, little cafes, little drive-through coffee stands. And then the 5th track is supporting tourism businesses, products and services. This is for those that are creating the materials that feed and support these upper tracks. So if you're doing an Airbnb vacation rental and you've got someone nearby that's got, they're doing beekeeping and are harvesting honey from that area that they are then selling to this person who's gonna serve it on the pancakes of the people that are staying there. And it also feeds people into Ronan, Montana, another track of another business track that we have. So that's kind of a quick overview of the program. As soon as I have the guidelines approved by legal, I would like to request an opportunity to send it to all you commissioners to take a look at it and point out anything else that you think might need any adjustment, something you think maybe I didn't think through well enough, or it could be improved or added. I have a tight time frame in order to get it launched online, so that we meet that October 15th launch date, but I think if you'd be willing to, you don't have to, but I can send it to you and you can give me your feedback on what you think, but tell me what you're thinking at this point.
That's a good idea.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Maybe somebody
Yeah.
could get in the tent business there.
In the tent business, right?
So, City of Hammer jacked up their prices about 500% during their powwow.
Oh, for campgrounds?
Wow.
This is the.
We didn't feel that was right. There was a lot we could do about it.
Okay. Well, and something that,
I guess it's something that
yeah.
Missoula this weekend, their hotels and hotels.
I heard that. I heard that they were going at an average 1,200 a night for a room in Missoula because Pink had come into town. It's like the Taylor Swift effect, right?
And the football game.
Oh, and there you go. And it is a supply and demand, it is a supply and demand economy. But this is the thing,
You get 2% tax.
Yeah.
I know. So maybe the bid tax collection for the state will go up a little bit after this quarter, right?
So if you can send, we can like have a response by next week.
As soon as I have the stuff from legal, then I can share it with you. Yeah, and I'm hoping this week I'll get that, have to do my red lines, have the department approve it, and then it's ready to be shared with you.
Okay.
And then everything will start to get built, like, you know, advertising will start going out to promote it to the community, to let the citizens know this is coming. I know that Luke has been doing a great job of letting everyone know about it as well. So, okay, so I guess at this point, do we need a motion on this one, or this is 5:40, so we don't need to,
No.
right? Okay, so.
Informational.
Great information, thank you. And then the last thing is just if the state commission wishes to pass a motion that whatever additional funding I have in this reserve fund that currently is at $546,000, does the commission support 40,000 of that going to support all commissioners to attend, or who they designate, the Quebec International Indigenous Tourism Conference in mid to late February?
I'll make a motion. That's it.
The second, any other discussion? I think we discussed it. All in favor? Those opposed, same sign. Pass.
All right, get your passports ready, people.
Yeah.
If you need them, if you need them,
And ladies.
gonna work.
Yeah, we have the federal IDs and the, real ID. Yeah.
Canada.
There we go. Okay, so I'll be coordinating with you on that. And then lastly, would the commission be willing to pass or make a motion to divide up the remaining balance of the $500,000 in the reserve funds to equal $62,500 per tribe to go to the historic preservation offices, or just to the government to decide what they want to do with it for tourism? What are your thoughts on that?
Tourism, yeah, that'd be great.
Tourism.
Yeah.
Historic preservation
No.
offices? Is that-
Tourism.
So I guess each tribe has a different
Yeah.
department that manages tourism.
And we're depending on who we manage.
Okay, so once we, so a part of my working group, with each tribe, I can identify how that,
Yeah.
what department each tribe wants it to go to, right? And then, because I need that for the coding, and I'm sure your accounting departments need it too, when they're tracking
Oh, yeah.
the bookkeeping, and they put it in different accounts to spend down.
Yeah, we have Mariah Colton.
Yep.
Under EDC, so, yeah, that would work.
Okay, so I think we just need a motion on that, if that's the way you'd like to go.
I'll make the motion.
Motion, have a second, on the 62.5 on the tribe.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you. My goal would have those payments be going out by December. There has to be some special access to authority to get the money over and all that. So I've got some administrative things to get done, but I hope to get that money out as quickly as possible. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Cool. Okay. So, we have one.
Other business?
Somehow.
What's yours, Marilyn?
Mine's super fast.
So Luke, you have 5 minutes. We'll get done with 4. Yeah. Hey Luke, could you get to yours pretty quick?
Okay, now I can hear you. I wasn't sure what you guys were talking about.
What did you say?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you get to your presentation pretty quick?
Yeah.
We're over about almost gonna go an hour, so.
Yeah. Just basically the Indian Equity Fund
Appreciate it.
closes this weekend. Got about 40 applications so far. We'll probably look for some more coming in last minute. Brian Adkins, Little Shell Naba asked for more time past the 31st deadline. So talk to TJ about considering opening it a little longer maybe to get more applications, just because Mark Sansevier there noticed that last year it was open in the fall, and now it jumps back to the summer this year. So kind of unexpected for customers. And yeah, just consider opening it maybe another 15 to 30 days, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll discuss that with TJ though. So that's where the Indian Equity Fund is at. And
I think it'd be good if you did.
Yeah, and then can you let us know, like, how many from, like, I'd like to know how many from Northern Cheyenne. I
yeah,
don't
it's
feel good
not
about
many.
promoting it for myself, so.
Yeah, it's a new system, new platform this year with ServiceNow. So big learning curve for everybody. That's pretty much the NABA update as well.
Yeah, hold
Just
on.
the-
One question, Lou. How do I go about changing our NABA? Or person that's in charge of, like, I've got the guy in Bear Pond Corporation.
Oh, yeah.
That is supposed to be assisting applicants. Hasn't been doing the job. I've had to get lady from Opportunity Link and a volunteer from the tribe to assist 14 people who were applicants.
How does he go about changing that, NABA?
Yeah, that's an application open process. I think Mandy Rambo would be a good one to step in and help with that, but that's just have an Opportunity Link probably apply next fiscal year when it opens. And they make that, I think the state makes that determination on who they want as the NABA. So it's kind of been recurring. Nobody else applies really. So it just kind of gives to Joel the plan up there. Oh yeah.
I'd like to have the tribal council appoint that.
Any other questions?
That would be my
Oh, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear anything you said, so sorry.
Rocky Boy would like to have the tribal council approve their NABAs.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I'll have to talk with TJ about it and go from there. So,
All right.
all right, thanks.
Talk to TJ.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Luke, or you got more? Marilyn, you're up.
so fast, so check out boards.mt.gov for help with Robert schools, stuff like that, probably should start doing that. It's actually pretty helpful. Next board meeting, November 13th in Billings, tentatively at Billings Hotel and Convention Center. Please give me your travel voucher if you haven't had it yet. Please remember, if you need more than one night, stay when we have these commission meetings, let me know. Because some of these, you know, I know you're driving pretty far, so just let me know, otherwise I'm just gonna give you one night, so, that's it.
Continue to do a good job, sending me all that material, because I forward it to different people.
Yes, so I appreciate that.
Follow up on.
And then,
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay,
We're gonna have.
thank you, everybody.
Quick game
Safe
of
travels. For those of you staying, enjoy your